What's up? What's up? What's up, everybody? It's your boy Trill Phil, and we are back with another live stream. My bad, guys. I was making sure it was good. Yeah, those are good. Yeah. So we are going to go ahead and do our live stream tonight. I got my new setup right there, and that's my first ever codex, my first ever, pretty much book and box set. So. Without further ado, I hope you guys enjoy this half as much as I enjoy making it for you. Please hit that like, that comment, that subscribe, all of them love buttons for your boy. And yes, we will be building, constructing, and possibly painting some Warhammer today. Yeah, so make sure you guys, if you like this type of content, show me in the future on my YouTube channel. I have a link tree for the other platforms. Yes, make sure you guys like it up, subscribe it up, all that good stuff. But we get straight into it. Also, I'm going to be having some conversations because this is just chatting anyway. So, without further ado, let's get straight into it. Heyo.
When that you actually have to go up against this.
Hey, Mikey.
Hey.
Fine.
Oh, it's not working.
Then
That's not at all what I'm saying. Glenn, again, that is not what I'm saying. You're strawmanning me.
But you don't want to face this guy. You don't want to face this guy because he has better
again,
gear.
I said, I don't care. Personally, I don't care. Again, and I'm telling you this for the 7th time. You're strawmanning my argument. You're literally strawmanning my argument.
Are you arguing with Glenn right now instead of me? I feel like I'm being cheated on.
This is not us arguing, by the way. This is just having a normal conversation.
What the fuck?
Glenn and I don't argue. If we're mad at each other, we just don't talk to each other. But if we're screaming, it's me. We're having a conversation.
You joined in and Tony and go. Are you arguing with me?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you didn't even in the chat yet. Like, you're not even part of it.
No,
I'm
all
sorry,
I heard,
but if you don't give
all
me
I
my
heard
needs,
was
Mikey.
All I heard was Glenn, you're giving me a straw man. That's something he would say to me usually.
No, see, Glenn and I are the kind of couple that have needs, and we cannot fuck. Thus, we need to argue from time to time so we have our needs met. And if you're
my God,
we're gonna have to cheat on you. Sorry.
Oh my God,
dude, I've known this fucker for like.
I know
years
how.
I don't give a fuck anymore.
I know how it goes. My buddies, I talk to them like that too.
Yeah, but so again, like you're strawmanning my argument because I have said multiple times whether he pays to win or is free to play and grinds the gear, it doesn't matter, right? The point for me is when you are that overpowered, you're not supposed to be fighting those that are very underpowered or starter gear. Okay, it's just a basic concept. Why? Because there's no chance in hell for them. They will not learn how to play the game, and above all, they will not climb. Because there is that, it's not about skill disparity anymore, it's about gear disparity. If it was a game in which, you're that skillful that you can take down that person that is that much more geared than you.
Alright, I'm gonna deafen them for right now, guys, because I forgot to do my intro. So without further ado, we're gonna be building Tyranids and Space Marines. So let's go ahead and do that. Yeah. So let's go ahead and do that. I think we're going to start off with Tyranids. I don't know. Whatever the fuck comes out of here, but first. But yeah. Just wanted to let you guys know what we were doing before we went back into the chat with Tony and them.
Maxed out gear and is just running the raid. And you're like, hey, dude, could you please slow down because, we're trying to learn or whatever. And he does. That's the human aspect. Whether he's fully geared or not, doesn't really matter. And doesn't matter how he acquired his gear either. That's up to him. It doesn't genuinely affect you. PvP or climbing ranks or ranking system does affect you.
Yeah, it actually does affect you because you go through raids quicker simply because he can, well, if it's DPS, he would deal a lot more damage, meaning that you would get to go to your end gear quicker, meaning that you would not have to do all the grinding as much because, well, I mean, you would have to slash 3 times compared to him doing it once, basically, you know, 1 slash.
Sure.
That means that you would do your raid quicker, so you would get the end game quicker. So it is actually benefiting you. So he is impacting you, but it's in a good way. So at that point, you don't care about it that he just paid a whole bunch of money and got his gear, because he's actually just helping you. You're benefiting from it.
I'm gonna ask you something.
I see Glenn's argument.
What you're saying right now. Yeah, I'm gonna ask him something to help him solidify his argument, though. Glenn, when was the last time you just casually had $1 million dropped in your bank and you complained about how nice your life is?
What?
That's real life. That's different.
No, that's the point. Nobody complains about good things. You complain about bad things.
Later on, you do complain about it though, because you complain because you got nothing else to do right now. If you actually had to grind, if you had to grind for your actual freaking gear longer, you know, because you know, if you would grind for your gear normally, you know, let's say like 1 month, for example, right? But you have this pay to win guy, and he ends up just, you know, getting you.
Yeah, and I get my gear in 2 weeks instead of 1 month. Yeah.
It makes the whole gameplay pointless.
That makes the 2 weeks short.
That would be a great argument if that was what I was arguing. What was the point or start of my argument?
But the problem was that you're actually complaining about the actual fact of their pay to win gear.
What?
So this the finished models.
Like the pay to win gear that you complain about, that you don't want to face it, basically, because, well, or people don't want to face them because they're different in level, right? So you want them to be matched up against other people with their gear. So that should also reflect in their actual PvP then as well.
Okay. So let's restart this from the top, Glenn. What was my argument? What was my starting argument?
How long were you guys talking about this for?
I don't know, like 30 minutes, 40 minutes.
It's probably going to be very impossible for him to get it.
Oh no, he will. He does probably remember. I think. I hope. Otherwise, I don't know why he's even arguing.
But I mean, there's no point continuing it, because if I say, oh, you actually complain, no matter when I actually point out certain things that you do complain about, then it's all like, no, it's fine.
No, but that's not what I complained about. My starting argument is, I can see this game already dying for me. Okay? So, have I praised the game where the praise was due?
Yes.
Great. Have I said that the game is fantastically beautiful? It has a lot of good things to it. The story is pretty nice. It's not that great, but it's okay. The game, the leveling, the journey was very nice. Have I given it the praise that it deserves? Have I been fair to the game in regards to what it has done right?
Yes, but you haven't also put a fair bit of cons in. But I haven't been in there a lot with you, so I can't say that.
Okay, so this game has beautiful graphics, fantastic raid mechanics. Every boss has his own puzzle, his own mechanics to do. The raids are great. Okay. Gear is looking nice. The grind is a very real grind. It is a heavy grind, and it's you know, it takes a lot of time and effort. It's great. You know, you get rewarded for the grind because you make IRL coin money. So everything about this is fantastic. Now, my starting point of the argument is I see the game dying because the moment I'm gonna reach my end game gear, so whether it is faster or slower doesn't matter. That's not the complaint. The complaint is after I have reached that gear, there is no replayability. Okay? That was my complaint. That's my starting point. So, to hold down the complaint that I am saying, I elaborated by saying they had already prior time to add the little nooks and crannies that would allow a little bit more replayability until they can buy themselves more time to release content. Which then I said the thing that I dislike is the fact that I have to feel like I need to wait for content to even want to try to play the game. But me being sent on another journey out of nowhere, so I'm level 50, I'm capped, I get my max gear, and then they drop content, and now I have to go on another fucking journey to repeat the same thing only to hit the same wall. That is not good.
No, it's
Okay, if all right, that is definitely not good. That's a forced way, and that is not good. So Glenn, rightfully so, says, but they didn't have much time to do this thing. You might want to give them some more time, in a very more angry and annoyed way, because you know how Glenn talks. But that's what he was trying to say. And I said that would be true if we were to compare Throne and Liberty to vanilla WoW. But we are easily comparing Throne and Liberty to World of Warcraft, where they have had over 25 years of prior video games to look at and be like, I like this concept, I'm gonna add this. And then
I
he
get
says,
you,
well, but that
Richard.
takes time. Yeah.
I
He
get you.
says, well, that takes time. I'm trying to get you to catch up also to the argument. So
No, yeah, I get it.
yeah. So then I said, he says, well, that takes time. And I said, some of it takes time, but that's not how development works. If you're starting something from scratch, so you have the arena button, you have the arena concept, people can go in. All you need to add is one little boolean. If character this ranking, then character match this ranking. Done. That is already one way to allow people to play on a more competitive, fair level. So that's some form of replayability that allows people to want to play the game without feeling overwhelmed. And then
I
he says,
see.
oh, but yeah.
How
So
would
then
you make competitive if you have pay to win gear?
it doesn't matter because
It
the
does.
pay to win gear. No, here's the thing, right? If you have
It makes the competitive subjective.
if you have the pay to win gear, okay? So let's say that I'm in full blue gear. Some guy he's gonna get into full epic gear, right? So he's gonna climb that ladder, that ranking ladder, so much faster. Like incomparably faster, right? He's gonna get out of those lower rankings so quickly that it won't even matter. It won't even impact, except like a couple of games of whoever goes against him. Because he's gonna win, he's gonna climb really fast, and he's gonna be there in the top. Or he's gonna be so shit that his gear literally will barely give him any edge. When it does give him an edge, he's gonna climb. He's just gonna get there, right? Sadly, this is not a game where only skill matters. Gear matters as much as skill does, just like in World of Warcraft, right? Except World of Warcraft had a little bit more skill added to it. You could do more things in certain regards than others. But this game, without the gear, you're not dealing the damage. So, pay to win, even though it matters in many regards, it doesn't really matter because whether you pay or you grind, you're gonna still have the same problem.
But I see Glenn's point too. He's saying that you are saying that pay to win doesn't matter, only in the context of it being beneficial.
Yeah. So the way I see it, right? If you can replace the words pay to win gear with grinded gear and the same result applies, it doesn't matter. The only thing that changes in that regard is time. And time is not a fucking concept. Time doesn't matter. Because what
Actually
you're
does.
gonna do?
I mean, that is
Okay.
the driving factor of a game, though, is to get your time.
Not to me though. That's what I'm trying to say. It doesn't
but
matter.
You
It
have
doesn't
plenty
impact
of
me.
time, though. You have plenty of time. That's what I'm saying.
Plenty of time of what?
Plenty of time to play. So time doesn't affect you because, well, you have plenty of it. Many people don't have that.
Mm-hmm.
That
That
has
is
nothing to
where
do
it
with
comes. But that's where the pay-to-win gear comes in unfair, because somebody that actually does not have a high-paying job, does not have the time, nor does he have the money, so he cannot actually play the game properly anymore. Because, well, is he gonna pay for the gear? Well, no, he can't because he doesn't have the money. Is he gonna actually grind for it? Well, no, he can't because he has to work a lot of freaking actual time, so he doesn't have time to play on it. So now he's stuck. You see?
Please allow
That's why-
me to understand your point again, because right now, from my point of view, what you're saying is because you have time, it doesn't affect you. And I'm in my head, I'm like, this sentence make no sense because whether I have time or I don't, the moment I click on arena and get in, it's gonna be the same for me or for another person. Let's say that I am playing for 5 hours a day and another person is playing for 1 hour a day. Him and I have the same gear. We both meet for one game, the pay to win game.
I'm sorry, but if you have played 5 hours and you still have the same gear as somebody that played 1 hour,
I'm just giving an example. All right?
What are you doing?
I'm giving an example just to start somewhere. I don't.
Okay.
I'm already at 4 pieces of my end gear. So I have been putting in the work. All right? I'm at 5 pieces of my end gear, to be fair. 6 pieces, actually, if I look at my
Damn, son, you've been
But
grinding.
So I have been putting in my time. I am not sitting around idly. But the point is, if let's say him and we start the game, okay, but I have 5 hours and he has 1 hour. We both click on that arena button. And in that one game, the first game of the hour, right, we meet the pay to win guy. He dominates us. He moves on. He's gone. He's going to beat another team and keep going. We still have the rest of the time to play against other fairer people.
But that's
It's gonna
not
be
what.
one person or 2 people
But that
that we
wasn't.
meet in the arena.
That wasn't Glenn's point, though.
That's what I'm trying to ask.
His point was that if you don't have,
To me,
if you don't, like, you took it to back to your part, but in the general aspect of it, where he went with it, he used you as a comparison because he knows you as a person that does have some more time than probably he does or myself to play the game. So
yeah, so if let's put it this way: if you
yes, help me
three of
understand your
us-
point, please.
so if the 3 of us play,
Yeah.
right, and let's put Arya as a freaking pay to win, guy, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
the 3 of us play, right? You
Sure.
playing all day, right, or most of the day, so you're gonna have a lot more gear, which is fair. You put in the freaking work, so that's fair
yep.
compared to us because we actually didn't have the time to actually
I
grind
didn't
for
have the
that.
time. Yeah.
So we don't have the time to grind for it. So as logical, we're not gonna be on that same level.
Of
Now,
course, yeah.
now that would be fair for us to be, oh, you beat us because, well, you got better gear. Well, yeah, you put in more time.
Of course, yeah.
But you said the actual thing that you said was time doesn't matter.
Time doesn't matter.
Probably, maybe not the exact words, but
No, that's what I said. Like time doesn't matter.
But time does matter.
Yeah.
though.
that does actually matter a
Okay.
lot because we don't
Help me
have the
understand.
time. Mike and me don't have that type.
That's why me and him have reluctancy playing the game
Remember-
because we only have certain amount of time. We already have established campaigns in other games, established multiplayers we want to experience, like established things that we want to do already, to where we don't really have time for something new. Because now I got to get into it. I got to, grind. I got to do all of that.
Yeah, but we're getting into it. This is
Yeah.
a tangent. Go back to the point, please, because I need to understand what Glenn is trying to say so I can talk to his point. How is time mattering in regards? So let's bring in Arya. You said he's the pay-to-win guy.
Mhm.
How is time mattering in regards to him having his full gear because he paid for it?
But because now that
Because
guy has a lot
the
of
whole
money.
point of what he said earlier was that
Let Glenn say it. Let Glenn say it. Let him
But
say
he-
his point.
He has a lot of money, so he can pay for it. So he will be on equal footing again with you, basically.
So
we don't-
in this
we don't
hypothesis,
have-
I am
we don't
full
have
build.
no, he's putting it in
or-
this hypothesis. Or the financial part of this hypothesis. What I'm getting is Glenn is talking from the standpoint of somebody that's getting paid £4 an hour versus somebody that's getting paid £10 an hour. They both have to work 40 hours a week. They both have the
think that's
equal
what he's
amount of
saying
time
at
at
all.
work, but one person will be able to afford the DLC content because he gets paid more than the other person.
I don't think
So
that's
now
what
the
he's saying
person
at
doesn't
all.
have. So now the other person doesn't have time for the game, or time, or money for the game.
Okay, but what does that have to do with anything? Like that makes no sense whatsoever. There's
You-
no concept around this in regards to what I'm talking about.
But because you
Uh,
went on with the actual fact of time doesn't matter. It does
Yes.
matter a
Yeah.
lot.
That's the
Okay,
point of
again,
why it matters.
elaborate. I'm asking you. In regards to what I said. How does time matter? How does time affect you? If we're all starting, you two have 1 hour to play. I have 5 hours to play. Arya is pay to win. Okay, so he's full build already. All right,
But how
all four
are
of
we-
us.
How are we gonna play the game properly?
Yeah, how are we even gonna like? It's
I'm
gonna be at the point that I'm at right now where I gotta catch up to even join the guild, to even join anything that you're playing.
You're going in a broad prospect. Go back to what I was complaining about, please, because then we're talking about different things. I said before, pay to win or free to play, whatever it is, that is not my concern. That is not my issue. How you get your gear doesn't really matter to me. It's what you do with the gear that really impacts the gameplay. Okay? That is a fact. It doesn't matter if you meet a guy that is full pay to win. He has all his gear maxed, that his business. He put in time at work and used that money in the game. It's his problem. Okay? The same way you were making not
The
doing
knife
that, you could have done
I
that.
just gave
It's the
you.
same concept. It doesn't matter to me. How you make your money, how you use your money is your business, not mine. Now, the gear itself should impact the game in a certain way. Okay? The complaint that I am saying, which is a very fair complaint, is it would be better if there was a block on the ranking system. It's not even about the gear per se, it's about the ranking system. So, if I am at the start of my gameplay and I am rank 1500, right? In numbers. So I have to fight against somebody that is rank 1500. It doesn't matter if he's paid to win or he is as the same gear as me. We're the same rank, right? Which means skill level wise, we're more or less the same. Now, if he just started and he's paid to win, time doesn't matter because he's going to win that one game and he's gone. I lost one game to this guy, but he's gone. He's climbing those ranks. He's just transiting, right? He's that guy. He's just passing by to get to the top ranked. It's his problem now. It's not mine. I lost one game. I queue again. I'm still meeting people from my rank. If he is pay to win and is stuck in my rank, it means I'm gonna win because he is that bad. And there's nothing you can do about it. Like, if you're that bad that you're in full pay-to-win gear, maxed out, and you cannot win against somebody that is in blue gear, I am sorry. But whether you suck dick for that gear, or you earned it, or grind it, or however it is, it doesn't matter. So, effectively, it's the only difference between a pay-to-win and a grind person is time. The time that you put in the game. And that time
Jeez,
really
it's the
doesn't
same way I'm
fucking
using
matter
this.
on that level. Do you see my point?
Yeah.
You didn't even listen to my point.
We were listening. I don't know if you can hear me or not sometimes because I'm sometimes away from the mic.
No, but you were talking somewhere else, and also Glenn hasn't said anything.
Oh
But
no,
yeah,
I
like,
was
no
shocked.
matter
My
what
girl
I
was
say-
asking. My girl was asking what side of the razor blade does she use to cut, and I was like, "Are you
No, I was like,
serious?"
how do I even pop this out? Cause I don't want to like break it. I'm
The
not
blood
doing it.
sides.
Yeah, right. The
wanted
blunt
you-
side. You used the blunt side to cut it out. That's exactly what she was doing
I
too.
wanted you to cut
She was
it
just
out.
stabbing it with the blunt side, and I was like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
I want you to cut them out for me, but I want.
No, you need to cut them out number at a time so you don't know what they'll mix up. You gonna put 22's ass on a fucking 23? Like, come on.
32 way.
Yeah,
Mhm.
double-edged knife. That might work. Yeah.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm using. That's why I'm not letting her use it. Because we're cutting out Warhammer gear right now and just building some stuff
easier.
tonight.
Ah.
But
What,
okay,
take it?
so
Please, so then what's
Or what?
this?
Yeah, we got an actual game this time. So we got the Leviathan game, which is like, it's Terminator Space Marines, which are the big hulking ones, against the Gene Stealer cult and Tyranids, my bad. So it's actually like a full-fledged combat patrol skirmish, I guess. and it gives you like all the rules and how to play the whole game. So we're gonna try to, after we build them, like play a game probably.
That's pretty cool. But okay, can you go back to what I was saying? So
Yeah.
what did I say that is not clear, or what point did I make that makes no sense to you?
Well, it's not that it makes sense. It's just a little bit like, okay, that makes sense for your archetype of gamer or the archetype of gamer you're explaining to. But for the casual gamer or for somebody that, or for the game to last long and have a good long life, it needs new players as well as established players. And if you already are seeing the problems with having established players quit because there's not enough stuff to grind for, or you have a level cap, then that's going to be just a stereotypical problem that every game has. And then the people that need to play the game to make it survive still, which are new players, are going to have the problem of, okay, if I pay for this gear, am I going to be fucking, like, pretty much, if I have this guy that has more money than me, he's going to pay for all the gear, and he has more time than me, he's going to have all the gear. Pretty much like any other game that has monetization.
Okay.
So if I'm a guy that doesn't have a well-paying job, but I'm working just as much as these guys, that means that I'm lacking both. But I want to play Thrones and Liberty with my friends because my friends are playing it. Now every day I'm playing catch up, trying to get to where they are, and I have no ability to get the things except for buying, which might cost money that I may or may not can afford.
I'm sorry. I get that part, but that's a different
Hold on.
argument.
Hold on. So I'm actually gonna say it quoted actually. So you say that if you play, let's go with, you're almost maxed out, right? What, you got like 3 pieces maxed? Four?
I've
What platform?
Yeah,
got,
you almost
one,
maxed out.
2,
You
3,
gotta look at
four,
the numbers and
4
find out
items
the correct.
of my actual end game build.
Yeah, so you
It'll tell you what
almost maxed
arms
out.
to put on them and stuff.
But the fact is that you were saying it like, oh, now that you go into PvP, you know, for like rank, right?
Mhm.
You don't care if that guy that actually, you know, paid a bunch of money, you know, so he can actually have the actual end game gear, and
They're
actually
gonna
would beat you. You would lose, and you just move on to a different game. Well, you see, you have the time to actually deal with that. A normal casual player doesn't have the time to actually just go play a game, lose to an unfair battle, to then play another game, because, well, that might be, you know, one of his 2 games that you would be able to play it that day.
Oh, yeah, okay. I can see how that point
That
makes
is
any sense.
unfair, but to you, that pay to win does not matter. It doesn't affect, like, you know, affect you, so to speak, you know? Because,
Okay.
well, you just move on. You just,
Yep.
well, it's like 20 minutes to half an hour, who cares, you know? That is a lot of time to a normal fucking player, to a casual player.
That's great. Okay, that point in itself makes sense. Except one thing. Putting the block, which I was talking about, would solve this.
It
Because
wouldn't.
if one day, yes, it would. Listen to my point. If, let's say you have 1 hour to play, okay, and let's
Make sure
just
these are
say
fully sealed.
that.
I'm
so
listening
let's
to
say
you.
you
Go
have
ahead.
1 hour to play. Yeah, let's say you have 1 hour to play, and
Mhm.
let's say a PvP round is 20 minutes, so you can play 5 games, right?
Yeah.
You get in those 5 games, and let's say by absolute unlucky draw, okay. Let's compare the 2 things. Let's compare with block and without the rating block that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Without the rating block, in those 5 games, you're gonna meet the pay to win player, always. Whether pay to win or grinded, you're gonna meet the top geared
Like-
player. Okay, let's call them top geared players.
Yeah.
Grinded, I don't really care if I lost, because, I mean, he put in a lot more work than me, so.
Oh, yeah.
there.
It does matter though, because you're
It
never
does.
gonna play a game. You're never gonna win a single game, Glenn. Whether he has
No.
top gear, it doesn't matter. What you're pissed off is that, oh, he paid for his gear. That is
Exactly. He
unfair.
actually spent all his
That doesn't
time,
matter.
which he can never get back. Money he can still get. He can't get
Yeah,
more
but it
time.
doesn't
That's my
matter.
point, though.
No, it's the point is that Glenn's making, that the one guy, it's like having a guy, it's like having a guy that never worked for nothing, like a trust fund baby, tell a guy that had to work his entire life then and got rich what to do with his money. And that's like the equivalence of it, because it's like, what the fuck, dude? This guy has all this fucking time and he did all of these fucking great achievements and he fucking got it done in the same amount of time as you when all you did was exist and have that money. One guy obviously has more respect in the game than the other one.
That's great, but let's talk about what actually is more realistic. Respect doesn't
hold on.
fucking matter.
Hold
Because
on,
if you
hold
have, sorry,
hold
let,
on.
let me answer his point first, and then I can answer yours. So, respect doesn't fucking matter to me. If I'm getting in the game and I have, let's say I'm the casual player, all right? I have
Mhm.
only 1 hour to play, 5 games. That's all I get. 20 minutes per game, 5 games. Whether he's respectful or not, those 5 games are always going to be a loss. Whether it's today, tomorrow, the day after, it doesn't matter who the fuck I meet because I am playing against extremely geared people. It doesn't matter. Whereas if there's a block, I will be playing maybe the first 2 days against those really geared people. But after that, they're going to be climbing that ladder and they're gone. They are out of the way. They're gone. That's what would happen with a block because now they are higher rank because they, whether they deserve the gear or they paid to win, it doesn't matter to me. They're already out of my fucking way. And that's what matters to me. You want respect? Go earn respect in the higher ranks where you're fighting people of your own size. Because yes, you're talking to me about you earn the respect because you put in the time and the effort and the work. But to me, what respect is, you're fighting somebody your own size. That's how you gain respect in my eyes. It doesn't matter if you use your money or not. Because if you're paid to win and you put in $1,000 in the game compared to somebody that put 1,000 hours in the game and you don't deserve the gear, you're going to pay for it in the game. You're going to lose respect no matter what because you might be top geared, but you're going to get fucked by the guy that put 1,000 hours in because he's smarter, faster, more agile. He knows what he's doing. All you are is money. So thank you for giving the company money. I don't care. That doesn't affect me. You're losing respect from in the higher ups anyways. But at least you're not impacting my game. Do you get my point where I'm talking about? Because you're saying about respect, and that's how respect is earned in the game. It's skill.
Exactly where I'm going. Somebody that earned it obviously has a higher skill gap than somebody that just bought it.
Amen to that. 100%. That's not undeniable.
So that being
There's no
said,
argument there.
that being said, that even if you, I mean, really, I mean, they should make games to where the equipment doesn't fucking matter. It's about the fucking player and what you do with the equipment.
Yeah, but then why would
That's
I grind for the gear then?
Because just the aesthetic. People do that. They'll
Welcome
hey,
to a
dude,
completely different argument.
yeah, right. But hey, don't do that, please.
He just went and just looked at PVE and just went, just check that out. You know, just fine.
Yeah,
you
just-
know.
Yeah, right.
See, that's a
Fucking,
completely different argument, and it makes also sense. Like in its own way, it makes sense. Which is why in the game that I would create, the gear doesn't really matter because it's more about shooting skill. It's military MMORPG.
No, like because
obviously,
in
if
armor,
you're shooting,
for a great example, you know, you can have the best fucking gear. I mean, like the best gun, the best
Yeah.
armor, the whole 9 yards. And if you don't know how to use that gear, it's not going to help you none.
Exactly.
Warzone the same way. You can have the best of the
Exactly.
best on the map, and if you don't know how to use that shit, it's not going to help you none.
Amen.
Yeah, but in shooting game, it's a lot easier to make it that the gear does not impact it that much because, well,
True.
I mean, you know, a game like World of Warcraft is not.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
But at the same time, like in Skyrim and stuff, I never really, I mean, because it's first person, really, I never really paid attention to fucking the
It
stats.
impacts you, but
Yeah,
you could still play it even if you shot freaking iron arrows. You could still win.
yeah,
Yeah.
So, but
You
you
see-
would just spend a lot of time on it.
yeah. You're gonna
See,
spend an
this is
hour
all
so
correct
versus
points.
somebody spending 20 minutes.
But no,
That-
but
those are all valid
problem-
points.
yeah, but the problem that you have with the system that you want, that you for the pay to win though, is the problem that in order for him to actually get to, you know, he pays his money, he gets his gear, and he has some skill. He still has to go through set motion.
Don't
of
waste that
set
cup like
game
that. You
to get
crazy?
to higher up.
It was $1.
So
Sorry, I couldn't hear you,
lose-
Glenn, because they're talking. I
My
didn't
bad.
hear a part of what you said there.
Okay. So let's say Arya, right? He pays his his gear.
Is gay?
Yeah. So he pays for it, and he has some skill, so he knows how to play the game a little bit at least.
Sure.
That means that he'll be able to actually overpower that other people that would have been casual, just like him, right?
Sure.
That would be unfair because now he got up the ladder for him just paying money compared to the other player that just has played the same way but has not been able to, pay. He lost. And
Let me
those
answer to this point.
couple
Let
games,
me answer to this
those
point.
are still games that are being lost for people that are unfairly losing as well.
Agree.
Yeah.
I 100% agree on this point. This makes sense. Let me answer to it real quick. Here's the thing. This connects to what I was saying before. This guy is out of your way now. He climbed. So now, whenever you're playing the game, you are going against people of your own thing.
But now another
And
one
now-
comes in. Now another
Hold
one
on.
comes in.
Hold
Now
on, hold
what?
on. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna get to this specific point. All of these pay to win, right? They're gonna use their gear to be able to climb the ladder, and then they're gonna be up there, so out of your way anyways, right? So it's costing you some hours of your gameplay, which undeniably not nice. We agree. That's okay. But here's the kick. Without that rating block, you are constantly playing against those pay to win. You're constantly playing against the higher geared people.
But that's why I'm saying the pay to win should not even be in there.
It doesn't matter. It remove again. This is what I was trying to say. If you can interchange the pay to win with the grinded gear,
No.
then the
no,
pay to
no,
win
no,
doesn't
that-
matter.
No, because the pay to win guy would not have the skill a grinded guy would have. The pay to win guy would not have 1,000 hours in the game. I mean, I'm sorry, a guy with a fucking 1,000 hours would just beat the shit out of me, even if he had a fucking club.
Of
Like-
Of course, and sure, we agree. But let me ask you again. In your hypothesis, you said that you would lose to the pay to win guy. That is your hypothesis. Your point was, it's not fair because I would lose to the pay to win guy even though he has my same skill level. That is your point. By using your point, we can safely say that you're losing both to the pay to win guy and to the grinded guy. Okay, to here, do we agree to this point? Is this what you said? Did I use your word correctly?
You watched the
But
video?
you have a lot less of people that actually would be, having 1,000 hours into the game
Of course.
Can I use
compared to a lot of the pay to win guys. That's why
Of
I'm saying,
course.
yes, this guy will be gone, but then there's another guy just stepping up, and another guy stepping up, and another guy stepping up, and I'm just gonna be stuck.
Of
Even
course.
if you have your freaking block thing, it's still gonna be the same thing. That's why freaking League doesn't work in their ranking, because you just have Smurfs just coming in, especially since it's a free-to-play game. You can just have the same shit happen there.
Yeah, but Smurfs are not pay to win people. They're grinded people.
Yes, but they can be as well.
How do they
Yeah.
pay to win?
A rich guy would not give a shit about it. He would just, a rich guy is, well, he's rich, so he does not care about the actual money. That's my point as well.
Yeah, but what's the money doing to win the game? If you're not using your mouse and keyboard, you're not winning anyways. The money doesn't
No.
affect you. There is no gear.
No, but he's not actually putting any time anymore for that gear to grind for it. If he actually would have had
In League?
no, in the game, in front of the
No, I'm talking about League. You moved to League. I'm saying Smurfs don't. Smurfs are all grinded people. Smurfs are all people that play the game with skill.
Yeah, but you also don't have pay to win in the league.
Exactly. So that doesn't matter. That doesn't function as a comparison. Your point
Right.
was, you're gonna lose to the pay to win guy. Let's stick to that point because it makes sense. It is unfair that in the game that you're playing, if let's say you against Mikey, same skill level, but you have 1 hour to play. He has 1 hour to play, right? Same skill level, everything. But he put in money rather than buy his Warhammer stuff. He decided, you know what, I'm gonna buy this gear today, and he is pay to win.
Mhm.
Okay, you two fight. 99.99% of the time, you're gonna lose, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So we agree that your point is you're gonna lose against this pay to win no matter what.
Because the game isn't just paid to win in one aspect. It's because the stats and everything about the game makes that like a OP-ass weapon. Like, even if you have a great... Even if you have a great ass motherfucking like gameplay style and stats and shit like that, somebody will swipe your ass off the map because the game is rigged.
Perfect. Now let me connect what you just said to my point. So you see my point. What you just said doesn't matter if it's been bought with money or grinded. The gear is still the same. The only thing that matters is the time it took to acquire that gear.
But you are naturally
time
not.
Doesn't matter.
Naturally, you're not going to be in a lobby with somebody that's a high ass level that grinded for that gear. Because in order to get that gear, you're going to be in a high ass position.
Listen to what you just said, and thank you for saying that because you just confirmed my point. To be in a high ass position, it means that you have to have a block on the rating. So people from higher rating cannot fight lower rating. Thus, it's the only way to protect people from the pay-to-win people. Because if you're pay-to-win, you're going to naturally win. It's called pay-to-win. Thus, you're going to climb that ladder, leaving the people that are not pay-to-win to fight against themselves for skill and slowly grind their way to the top without having to face the competitive that instead, if you did not have that block, so let's say everybody has the same rating and everybody fights at the same rating, you are bound to meet more times the pay to win and the grinded person than you are to meet any other person because they're constantly there. But if you put a block, that is solved.
But even with the block, you're still going to be facing the pay to win guys, which is going to go
not as
up.
many times.
But you're still facing them, which is still unfair. That's why the pay to win should not be in the fucking game.
Yeah, I agree with Glenn.
We're
It's
talking
just off
now.
of principle.
Now this is a different. This is fine, but this is a different argument.
A grinded guy can, he can make a different.
It's just off.
Again, and just grind fair, but he actually already knows all the fucking shit in the game already. Like he played the fucking.
But this is a different argument, Glenn. Now we're talking about whether pay to win is fair or not fair, and in this regard, we all know pay to win is not fair.
But
that's not even an argument to deal with. We're talking about in this context.
Defending it, but you're defending it with your system.
I'm not defending it with my system. I am saying there's a difference between whether it matters or not in regard to this argument specifically. In this argument specifically, it really doesn't impact anything because they're gonna climb. All that matters is the time it took between the grinded guy and the pay to win guy. But above all, we all agree on one simple concept. The pay to win person is never gonna earn the same respect that the grinded person earns, especially in the higher up.
But if they are pay to win, then I feel like if you're gonna do pay something, or a pay scale, it has to be purely cosmetic. And if it's gonna be cosmetic, it has to be something exclusive.
Yes, again, different subject. Guys, if you want to talk about the pay to win, whether it's fair or unfair, or how to do with it, I'm happy to do that. But let's
pay to win should not be implemented in the game just because the game is required to be some type of competitive or some type of fun for people. And when you play against pay to win or you have pay to win in your game, people automatically assume, no matter who it is,
that you're pay to win.
Yes, every time.
I agree. Again, different subjects. You want to talk about that? I'm happy to expand on that for hours upon end. I hate pay to win in many ways, and there's some times where pay to win makes some kind of sense. But to me personally, pay to win is shit. I don't like pay to win in any games. I don't think we even have an argument in there, but if you want to talk about that, we can. Can we just finish the subject at hand? The one where I said, I am seeing the end of the game, and this does not bode well. Why? Because Amazon and NCSoft, Amazon's just a publisher, but NCSoft had the time and the experience and the knowledge all at their fingertips to add little simple things that would make the game replayable. One of them is rating caps. They did not. That was my argument. Can we end with this argument before we start another one?
Yeah, go ahead. We're good.
Okay.
I think I'm good. I don't know. I can't speak for Glenn, though.
Great. Glenn, do we agree that rating cap is actually important?
Sure, that's going to fleshing it out.
What do you mean? I told you before, it's one line. It had to already be implemented. That makes no sense. Are you just gonna try to die on the hill where they need time to figure out something that we've already figured out for 25 years?
I missed that part. Do you mind repeating it?
Right. Sure. So the argument was this game has been done now. We've had arenas and we've had League of Legends, Battlefield, name any PvP, Counter-Strike, World of Warcraft, fucking Smite, Dota, name any PvP game, Rainbow Six. They all have ranking caps, right? So ranking systems in which you face, called matchmaking. We all know it as matchmaking.
Yeah.
It's been out for 20 years. You have no excuse as a developer to not know about this and implement it already in your game. If it's missing, I call it lazy development.
Well, the game is free
It's not
too.
about time. It doesn't matter if it's free or not. You're a developer. If you manage to do everything else, why are you not doing something so simple?
Because they
What's the point?
might have focused resources on doing like for cosmetics or stuff like that and how to make money in the game versus the slip ups or bugs. They feel like they can fix it later, which most games do.
That's great, but here, let me ask something. If you already can click the button arena, you can matchmake. You already have the matchmaking points where you fight against people, but instead of having an actual cap, it's just random. Does it really take you that much more to add one boolean where it says if player this ranking, then player this ranking? Because it's one line in development. It's a boolean. It's a true or false statement.
Well,
That's
Marty O'Donnell shed some light into that. He said the bigger the company, the more that they're going to have bureaucracy, and that bureaucracy is going to get away of progress.
Yeah, but bureaucracy, well, what does bureaucracy have to do with some guy?
Because that keeps them. He said that when he worked on Halo 4 with 343, he said that they would have code that was easily fixable that would take 2 seconds to go fix real quick. And fucking the guy that was in charge of fixing it would report back to the bosses saying that it was going to take 2 weeks. So then everything gets halted, everything gets pushed back, either that or you just keep on going.
The guy that made Fallout 1 and 2 explained that properly as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's management that's the issue in there. And that's what I'm saying. It has time. It needs time to actually flesh out certain things.
Yeah.
Can we agree that that's not a time concern, but a laziness concern? It's right there. You could have done that even before releasing the game. It is everything around it is implemented except one minimal concept, which is matchmaking. It is lazy development, no matter how I look at it. Like, if I am making the game, I am starting the game. I know that it is required. I will add it before I even do anything. It doesn't even require anything. It doesn't need a permit. It doesn't need an understanding from the higher ups. It's there. It's one
No,
line.
but you don't get to do that unless you have permission.
Yeah, because everybody has
And those
HR
are-
and everybody like that because
That's why I'm saying it needs time to be fleshed out. Certain things will slip up. It's not by development, but just by management as well. That's what I'm saying. It's actual slip ups. That way it needs fleshing out in the team itself.
So we're gonna say that them not adding
Is it
a
bad?
single
Is it
thing.
bad that happened? Well, yes, but does it need time to actually flesh that out? Yes.
It doesn't. Christ Almighty, it doesn't. It's a line.
Yes, but you need to fucking have the permission from it. God
You
damn
don't
it.
need a permission for
You
it. Why are
do!
you
For any
coding
fucking
it
thing you do,
already?
you need to have permission from it from the higher ups.
yes.
The higher
Hey
ups.
Tony, I forgot to add the boolean for the matchmaking.
get to
Okay,
do
go ahead and add it.
anything. The thing that happens is you have a manager.
If you don't
that
have that
tells
going on,
you-
you have an indie studio and everybody's friends. Like that's what I'm saying. Like if it's a AAA company or a big company like Amazon, they got higher ups on higher ups on higher ups on higher ups. And if somebody says, "Oh,
Amazon
I can't
does
today
nothing.
because my kid
Other
needs
things,
picked
yeah,
up from school and I can't, make it, finish the work day out, so I need to leave early." That's a day off the schedule. That's somebody that could have fixed that code. You got people that get fired left and right. You got layoffs left and right. And like I put in my video with the layoffs, I said that pretty much the reason that is bad is because all the progress and all the shit that people had to spend days figuring out and getting frustrated doing, they no longer work there, and now they got all new people that don't have any experience doing that shit, and now it's a cycle of the same shit over and over and over again until it's inevitable mistakes that nobody knows how to even find. Like that's what it is.
That
like
is
that's the
reason
big.
That
No.
is lazy coding. That is the fact. You've got many people that work in development that can literally confirm this. So many people just do the thing that they're supposed to do and don't give a fuck. That's called lazy coding.
Well, it's not even just that. It's the safest way to keep your job too.
Exactly. You want to keep your
No,
job. so you just
no,
do
that's
what
not
you
about
know.
keeping your job. You're supposed to do something, but you extend it. You go and do other things.
No,
you fuck
no, no,
around.
no. When you extend stuff, there's potential for you to get fired. Potential. But that's also potential for you to get a raise, basically. But
Yes.
many people do not want to take that chance. So they don't do it. So they don't
What are we even talking
fuck
about?
around.
If you're talking about some certain update or something that has to be released, then okay, that takes time. If we're talking about something that has to be implemented before the game even launches,
But that is still
that
the
makes
same
no
thing.
sense.
It does.
It's still the same It's still the same.
Because when the
That's what
game
it's doing.
launches, my point was when the game launches, you had so many people touching that game. You had so many people ideas touching that game that no longer even work at the studio by the time the game launched. That game's
Of
probably
course,
been in
on that we
development.
agree.
You know what I'm saying? And all of the things that was implemented into the bones, the bare construction, those people no longer work at the company, and all of the people that got hired in to replace those people have no clue where to fucking even start because it's a jumbled mess of code that they didn't write.
That is very fair point, but that's also an if and but, and you don't know if this was the case.
But this is the case because you go on the
How do you
news
know?
and
Do
you
you
go
know?
on the news and you say that they lay off like 5,000 workers like every few months.
So how do you know that in effect the people that worked on this game are the same ones that got fired?
Because
There
they all
is no
made their own
information because of
studios.
It's
They
not
ma-
about
the
firing,
people
but
from-
the fact is that
The people
If
from
you-
NCSoft made their own studios.
but
Most
even if
people,
it
they
goes
make
that
their
way,
own studios. Once they get in bed with these big companies, they find out the hard way that you shouldn't do that because of money. And then boom, they start making their own studios and they either flop or progress. It happened to Respawn. It happened to a shit ton of companies where we got all these indie games coming out all nowhere because they all are ex-employees somewhere else.
No, but the-
Now we're talking about the stigma of the gaming development community, but that's not the point that I'm making here. If I am here and I create the arena,
Mhm.
if I am the person in charge of creating the arena, what excuse do I have to not add a matchmaking? I'm already the one creating it.
Are you told?
No,
you
it's
got-
not that you didn't make the matchmaking. It's just more so about the fact that maybe that wasn't in the plans for right now. And if they didn't want you to do that, then you're
Yeah,
not
that
allowed
would
to
be-
do that.
If it's not in the plans, then that indeed would be lazy. But most likely it is. in the
So it's
plans.
lazy
Oh,
development.
Hold on. But it is usually is in the actual plans. If they made a ranking system already, then it was in the plans. The problem is you told you had a meeting with all the managers, and you told the guy that does the ranking system, make sure this line is in there. Okay, this manager goes to his actual freaking meeting, which then goes to a different one. It goes through 4 people. That gets changed every single time they do this meeting. It gets, things
Versus an
slip up.
indie company, 2
the
seconds.
problem.
Hey, you go down to the cubicle down the hallway in an indie company and say, hey, I need this fixed. Okay, it'll be done in 2 days. Simple as
Exactly.
that.
The guy from that May Fallout 1 actually explained it exactly. He had issues with this too. He left the company for set reason of those issues. Because he didn't want to deal with that. He went to a smaller company. Well, made his own, I think.
Yeah, they all make their
I
own.
100 This is
Think
this
because
is sending me. I 100% agree with what you guys are saying, but that is not what I am saying. Am I saying something that is not clear? When you create something from scratch, you have a certain thing that you're doing. It is part of it. if you're not adding it, it's like saying I'm gonna make a Batman game and not give him a fucking bat suit. You don't need a permission or to think about it or a fucking meeting. It's part of it. It's inbuilt.
Yeah, but if they didn't have plans
what
to
I'm
make
saying.
if they didn't have
What
plans,
plans? Do you need a plan to give Batman a bat suit?
no, if they didn't make
No,
plans to make
the way-
a
no,
matchmaking game, then they're not going to put the matchmaking in yet. If they have plans
The
to
way
like,
that works though is different.
It's already flushed out.
The way you work on the bat suit, but Mikey's working on the matchmaking system.
sometimes they might do it as simple as
You don't even
marketing.
know what the fuck is going on from one another. That's the fucking thing. That's what I'm
That's
saying.
okay. And that is true, Glenn. But that's not it. The person that worked on the arena, whoever was managing
It's not one
the
person. It's not one person.
person-
and
let's
it's
say
making
the
the
developer,
arena.
okay? Let's say, all right, so to create something like this, right? You need networking, you need your game designer to figure out what's happening, you need the level creator to create the levels for the arena, you need the art designer to work on the art and the UI, you need the programmer to program the actual mechanics, and you need the animator to animate all the things that you need to animate. That is fine. That is great. I know how it works, Len. I am telling you though, when you create a team and you put that team on PvP, there is a set list. I can show you my list, the same list that I am using to make the games. And I am telling you, this list incorporates everything from A to Z. There is that document that has to be in the hands of the game designer at all fucking times, and he will checklist it and see what is happening. Because if there is good development and not lazy development, there is a game designer breathing down your fucking neck, making sure that everything you're doing is in accordance to the plan. If you come over to me, I'm the game designer, and you come over to me and you say, Tony, listen, I'm a programmer. I think this is not gonna work. Now we're gonna have a meeting. All right, guys, gather up. You're trying to say thing? Tell me your idea. What are you saying? This is not gonna work. All right. What is it gonna impact? How is it gonna work? That's when you have meetings. But if you have a designer, a GDD, if you have a document in your hand that explains from A to Z how something has to work, and you did not put in the line matchmaking, then you are dumb. That is lazy development. It's the equivalent of me being a hotel manager telling the people, the maids, to make the room for the new guest and not telling them to add the new fucking bed sheets. That is what is the equivalent to. It does not require a meeting. It is fucking self-explanatory. Do you understand what I am trying to say? That is what I'm trying to tell you guys. And it's not coming across.
Stupid 4 arms and 2 legs.
Oh yeah.
2 arms and 2 legs, yes.
You're right about that. Yeah, 4 arms.
Like, it's exasperating because I think...
Wait,
I don't know.
She said 2 arms, 2 legs, and he's like, yes, that's
Yeah, he
right,
said
4
that.
arms.
4 arms, 2 legs. I don't know. They're multiplying.
No, because she asked me if Tyranids had 4 or 6 legs or arms.
Yeah, no, but we just heard, oh yeah, 2 arms and
Yeah,
2
2
legs.
arms, 2
And
legs.
you responded with, yes, 4
Yes,
arms.
that's right.
What?
4 arms, 2 legs. Like, wait, what?
Where did the 2 arms come from all of a sudden? Like,
Yeah, I see where you're going at. Yeah.
that was weird.
That came out of fucking nowhere, honestly. Like, I just finished talking what I was saying, and then, yes, 2 arms, 2 legs. I'm like, what? So, okay. But, like, that's my point. It's like, it's
No, it's
exasperating
'cause
I'm
it's
trying to
2
explain a
arms that-
specific...
It's 2 arms that you have to actually install to the Tyranid, but the other 2 arms are already
Right.
precast.
Fair.
No,
Like,
but
what
how
I'm
do
trying to
you
say
think-
is it's
no, but
exasperating.
How do you think it actually goes down in a set company like that?
Well, I'm gonna tell you exactly how it goes because I worked in corporate
No,
world
hold
before.
on, hold on. Let him say it because
Okay.
it's his point of view that has to go.
I got you.
What are you specifically talking about? What I just said right here, okay? What I just specifically explained here. What is missing from what I said? What was not understood?
The fact that
'Cause
somebody would not be actively checking down your actual consistently. I mean,
It's about
checking
more
down
so
your
what
actual work.
when you came
Yeah,
up to
okay.
when you came down to
Something.
the. My bad. I keep talking on the same time as Glenn.
That's fine. Go ahead.
All right.
Raise
it's-
your hand, class. It's fine.
All right, I'm going. So it's like pretty much if if you fucking sit there and tell people that it's just a meeting, no, it's not just a meeting. It goes down to the employees, down to the boss, down to everybody. Say who's to say that the boss had to fucking leave early that day and it just caused a catastrophic fucking fuck up at work and somebody got fired that was important to the company and all this shit. And then now they're not going to just make a press release about this, but that's something that takes toll on the development of the game. It's just circumstantial
This is what
shit.
I'm afraid of. This is what I'm afraid of. I'm either not explaining my point of view, or you're purposely being blind to my point of view to get to another point.
No.
And that is my problem right here. My point of view is what you're talking about regarding meetings and the escalation of a problem from a junior to a senior to a manager is perfectly normal. We understand this. We know the crisis in the development team. Your point on that regard is great. That has nothing to do with what I am talking about.
It does
Absolutely different point. No,
though. It does though,
literally
because
does
it's
not
not
even-
just
it does
it's not
connect.
just lazy. What I'm explaining is that it's not just lazy development, it's a human error too. The humans are the ones that have to make the code, and if the humans have a bunch of personal life issues and circumstantial shit because they're not just ones and zeros like the code is,
No.
then
hold
it's
on.
not going to get written
Mikey.
right. It's not
But
going
The
to get done
human is going to
correctly.
be lazy. Yeah,
Yes.
but that's lazy development.
But is that the freaking manager's fault? Is that the actual CEO's
Is-
fault? Because they actually planned that in. But if I go around and I actually make this whole list, right? And I go tell you, oh yeah, make this system, make this, do, blah 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 blah, right? And you start working on it, but you forget one small line. You forget one small detail in set like a small system, for example. That is not double checked. In most cases, that's not double checked. That means
Okay.
that's
Which I consider lazy, but it's understandable.
no, that's not laziness. That's
It's
just
human error.
mistakes. That's mistakes. That's not laziness. That's mistakes because it was actually planned. Okay, if it's planned,
Like-
it's
still
not lazy.
consider
Like
it
I
lazy.
said, it's
That's not
human.
lazy.
But it's okay.
It's human
I'm telling
error
you what
just
I
on the
consider.
fact that
It is.
matchmaking can be fucked up just because the director of matchmaking could have went to jail over the weekend. Like, it's just as simple as that. Like, something could have fucking happened to the human that's making the shit to cause a human error in the game. Now you have ignorance to the people because other people don't know what line of code exactly, where it is, and exactly what the fuck is going on. They just assume that the dude did his job right. It's human error.
And a lot of the people that are doing in development are not doing it out of passion. They're doing it out of money,
Exactly.
and they don't want to
That's-
lose this fucking job because that's what they have to do in order to get a fucking job, to get money. So
And
they
if
can live.
Microsoft decides, hey, you guys got a fully flushed out multiplayer, right? Say just Microsoft for whatever reason. They say, hey, you got a fully flushed out multiplayer, but for marketing reasons, we don't feel like launching it right now. And you decide to launch it anyway. You will be fired as well as your whole studio might be purged.
Okay, now we're
Like-
hippity hopping into another complete.
Like that's the
opposite.
point that
We're
no,
not
that's
even
no, that's not. That's to prove to where Glenn's point is of they don't want to lose their jobs. Even if it's something that is fully
That's
flushed
what
out and already done, they might want to roll it out as an update to keep people's attention. So even if it's already done and completely finished, they will not release it on launch because they want to release it 6 months later to keep people playing the game. Like
But
it's a
it's even
strategic
worse.
lease.
It's even a worse
And
thing.
that
Though, like
is
if
lazy
I,
development.
it's not laziness. It's
No,
mistake.
that's corporate
If I
higher ups
make-
telling you, hey, I want more money off of this. We're going to stretch it out.
Make other things to make money. Don't be lazy. Don't use
that
things.
is-
That's called
That
lazy
is their
development.
money. That is their money, though.
They
Make
did other things
what-
to make that money
Fuck
to
you.
invest into the game to tell you not to do it. Like that's what I'm saying.
So-
Like their money's
So,
on the
wait, hold
line
on.
of you
let me
macing it
get
up.
your point here because this to me sounds mental right now because you were both in the right until you just said this and now I'm thinking in my head I'm like, do you really believe that the way good development is, or if this is how it functions? So I'm asking. I'm not trying to straw man you both. Okay, I'm asking you because this is how it's coming across. All right.
Hmm.
Do you genuinely believe that this is not lazy development and it's actually good development by not adding something crucial to the game prior?
No, you misunderstand it though, because that's the thing. We're not saying it's lazy. It's a mistake. If I make a spaghetti, okay, but I forget
One?
the salt. Well, yeah.
One spaghetti?
Yeah, but I forget the fucking salt. Is that now laziness of me, or did I make a mistake?
No, but do you add salt after?
Yeah, after
Yes.
everybody tells me my shit is bland.
Are you gonna give?
I don't
are you
know it's
giving them
bland
the
until-
chance to actually add it in.
I don't
Do
know
they
that it's
know about
bland
it?
until I know about it. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. They need to actually
Okay.
check out the fucking community as actually playing through it and actually have now noticed this. Now they're gonna be complaining about it. Now they're gonna be fixing it.
And the problem
Now-
is that
now-
most people
now
don't
let's
fix
make
it fast
Let's
enough.
make it a bit more. Let's make your example a bit more serious.
But
You
Answer
made
this
you made
though,
a,
answer
a
though.
spaghetti. I did.
Okay.
I did. You make a spaghetti dish. Okay? I don't know why dish came out Italian, but you make a
Yeah.
spaghetti dish. All right? You forget to add the salt. The dish leaves the kitchen, goes to the first person that is eating it. All right? You have to understand that that person eating it in regards to development and gaming, that person is not the final consumer. That person is your taste tester, also known as alpha testers or TA. Okay? You have every company, especially AAA companies, hire people that play the game for months before releasing it.
But now you're on a different topic because that's a different
No,
topic.
I'm not.
Yeah,
You're
it
using-
is
no,
because
no.
people
you're
that
using
review
the example. I'm using. Oh my
Because-
God. You're using the example of the spaghetti with the salt. I'm telling you the spaghetti with the salt concept. If you are making a dish and you forget to add the salt, you take that dish out.
No, you went
Turn
into
back-
QA. You went to QA, and when it comes down to the QA team, they automatic. Everybody knows this as an industry secret, and people that get fired from it go on YouTube and tell this secret all the time. That people do not give actual reviews because they are scared of losing insider access to that developer. That is what it is. Like they're not. It's like a skewed view of things. That's why YouTube is so popular when it comes to game reviews and not IGN or anything like that, because they do not do the review. They give you a 7 on pretty much anything that you put out. They have a scale that exists for games that they don't even review. Like that's the thing. Like the game reviewers and shit like that, when they go through QA and they have people come through, who do you think is reviewing the game? The journalist that writes the review early as hell before anybody else knows about it. It's the people that's what I'm saying. That's why it made it into a realm of a different conversation.
But the reason why I asked it of the spaghetti is the fact that if I forget the salt, is that a mistake or is that lazy?
It's
I
just a
did plan to
mistake.
do that. I just
That's not the problem. The
But that's
problem
the
is
problem.
if it,
That's what I asked.
No,
Is that-
listen to what I'm
Answer
saying.
the question. Answer the question. Is it lazy?
I am, but you want the answer to this question when this question is more fleshed out than what you're asking. If you don't add salt the first time and I taste it, I'm like, oh, Glenn, you forgot to add the salt. And you go, oh shit, and you add
no.
the salt right away and then bring it back, that was a mistake because then the dish is
Doesn't
going to go
matter.
out to the
It
other
doesn't
people.
matter. No,
It
that doesn't
does.
matter. No. The actual game has not been been released yet, and
Has the
you're
game been tested
saying
before?
it doesn't matter even. The fact that
Why?
you actually say
That's where I
the
went with the
moment-
testing part.
Hold on. The fact is that when the guy that made the actual arena system has not put in this code, that is lazy writing, development. I mean, now I'm asking, when I make the spaghetti, it has not left the kitchen. Okay, I made the spaghetti, but I have not put in the salt because I fucking forgot. Okay, is that now laziness or is that a mistake?
Oh, it's a mistake if you do it again.
There
Or
you
gotta
go.
Fix it.
There you go. It's the same concept for them. It's the
It's
same. The spaghetti
not.
is supposed to be development. The game is the spaghetti.
It's not.
I mean,
Because here's the thing. Again, if the dish leaves the kitchen, goes to a taste tester, and he's like, hey, you forgot to add the salt.
see,
So you
earlier
take the
the
dish,
word
and let me
laziness.
finish my sentence. Let me finish my
that's the
sentence.
fucking issue I had.
If you add the salt, it is laziness because it becomes laziness when, and this is how a chef gets fired,
Right.
when a dish leaves the kitchen and goes to a taste tester, and the tester says you forgot to add the salt, or we need to add salt here. and then you keep doing the same dish and not adding salt, that's lazy cooking. You're a lazy chef. You're a shit chef.
Actually-
Thus, you get fired.
Actually, hold on, because then I can actually say it in a different way though. I make the
Sure.
arena system. I forget
Okay.
this line, right?
Mhm.
And you and Mike test out the game, right?
Yeah.
You say you have to test out more than the arena because, well, obviously there was more in it. You play the PvE, play the PvP, but you actually don't look at the ranking yet because, well, I mean, there's no ranking to begin with, basically. So there's not much big ass focus on it. Now the problem is that small fucking problem that is not actually a big problem at this time
What numbers are
not
even
being
on?
talked about. It's not being talked about. So
Uh-huh.
you wouldn't even know about it as a developer because you actually have to deal with other freaking problems. You're being told
You're gonna
about
be
other
testing
problems,
the arenas.
not you. I mean, not me as a developer. The
No,
testers
but
do that.
the
And if they
testers are
don't
gonna
tell
be
me
That's
about
honest.
testing the
gun.
arenas.
if they don't tell me about
but it
this
doesn't
small
even
fucking
get
problem,
fixed, though.
about the ranking,
Yeah.
which they would not actually have because, well, they're not going to be,
You got the wrong gun.
you know, playing ranked. Means that they might not even know about it themselves, even. But if
They
those
wouldn't be what?
testers,
Sorry.
if those testers don't actually say it to me, how the fuck would I know, right? So is that my fucking laziness or is that the testers' laziness then? That's why I'm
No,
saying
but
it's not laziness from
You're
me.
no,
I'm
it's
making
not
a
laziness
mistake.
from you. It's not laziness from you. It's lazy development.
But
I
was
didn't say
developer.
you.
I didn't say
It's not a one cog that is the problem. Glenn, if you are trying to teach some
So-
kids
Oh, hold on.
to clean. Oh my
So
God.
hold on. So the management team makes this freaking whole plan. Okay, they give the
Yes.
plan,
Mhm.
and I make the plan, but I just have one fucking line I forget. Now it goes all off to the testers, and they don't even say anything about it.
Mhm.
Then it's still lazy development on my part, which is not because
Yes.
I made a mistake. I don't know about this fucking thing.
It's how do you not know? First of all, and second,
I'm busy
how-
with other
this
things.
matters
Because I
because
paid
Well,
somebody
this
to
is
do
a
it that
crucial
doesn't
part
want to
of the
lose
game.
access to me and doesn't want to disrespect me because he fears that he's going to lose access to me, so he doesn't
It's
review my
not
game right.
disrespect, because here's the point. There's a difference between a line of code for a piece of fucking flour that is stuck in the desert somewhere on the map that instead of looking north it looks south, and there's a difference between a piece of code that is so fucking crucial and on the nose like an arena matchmaking. There are levels of things. If we're gonna talk about you missing out on such a crucial thing, I am sorry, but you're a fucking shit manager. If you're not looking into this, it's the equivalent of somebody trying to build a goddamn I don't know, Glenn is trying to teach somebody to clean, but instead of leaving, you know, the guy finishes cleaning but he leaves dirty water everywhere. It's so on the nose, it's in your face. How do you miss that?
It's possible to actually miss that.
You're able to miss, as you as a manager that's supposed to do quality control, you can miss something that's so much in your face, like dirty water all over the place. He didn't mop
But all over the place? Well, that's different.
all over the. This is in your face.
That's
It's
not-
No,
literally
but
in your face.
that's not
That's
a fair
different, though.
that's
That
not a
is
fair
different.
assessment because it's not just in
That-
your face because it's the line of code. You might be able to see it visually because that's how the line of code plays out, but now you have to do the job, which is going and finding that line of code. Now you have to find that exact instance, that exact scenario with that line of code in it to fucking fix it. But you might not know where it's at. You might just got hired 2 weeks ago to do a job for that, do this job. And now you have to fucking surf through all of that code for all of that game. Like, it's a
and
lot.
you do that. It's your fucking job.
Yeah, but it
You get
takes
paid
multiple
to do
days.
that.
It takes multiple
It
days,
doesn't matter.
and people don't
This
look at
game
it
has
at that
been-
aspect. They look at it as, okay, this game, I found it. Why can't you find it and fix it? They're complaining about the ease of access for the developers to fix it easier, and the developers
Nobody's
are
complaining
complaining.
about the ease of access. I'm complaining about lazy development. I didn't blame a single person.
Yeah, but
I
it's
blame
lazy.
the development team.
It's lazy because it's real life time constraints. It's something that can't be done unless somebody takes the time to do it.
It has to be done. It doesn't matter how much time it takes. You have to be releasing at least information in regards. You cannot. That's what lazy development is about. If you're
Yeah.
fucking around and ignoring the concepts of what your team has to do because you keep coming to me and saying it's gonna take 2 weeks, I'm gonna look at you as your game designer. I'm gonna like, you have 2 hours to figure this shit out. I have given you 2 months already. I don't give a fuck if your dog died, your mother ate your son. I don't care.
And when you work
Okay,
for a
you've had
AAA
the time.
company, they're gonna tell HR that you said that, and now you might get fired, even though
It
you were
doesn't
just trying to
matter
get the
because
job
The
done.
CEO is gonna be saying the same shit because
No.
he's gonna get fired.
No.
No, because he
No,
don't
you
want to
don't
get
get it.
canceled. He don't want to get sued.
What?
So no, he's not going to
Sued
say the
for
same
what?
thing.
You not doing your job? You're gonna get fired for not doing your
No,
job.
you're being,
No,
no,
be-
you're being rude and stuff. So you
Yes.
can actually get fired for that. So that is not good. Not many people don't want it. Many people
If
actually
some
are
guy,
being quiet.
if
Simply
I
because you
hire
get
a
fired.
person to be a game developer, a programmer, and I tell him there's an issue to be fixed, he says it's gonna take 2 days. I say, great, that's the deadline then. You come over in 2 days, like, sorry, I could not find that code. I'm gonna need an extension on this. I'm like, I understand there's a lot of code. Here's another extension. How much time do you need? 2 weeks. I'm like, okay, that's a lot of time, but it's okay. Do it and do it right.
But that's a
2
different
weeks. That's
thing.
strike
That's-
2.
That's a
strike
different
2,
thing,
Glenn.
though. That's a different concept,
different?
though.
What's
You-
the different concept?
That's different. He's actually not doing his actual job anymore. The guy just made a fucking
what I'm saying.
mistake. If he just
But that's what you guys are saying. That's literally what you guys are saying. That some guy keeps saying, "Oh, 2 weeks," but no, the guy is coming over, and no, I'm
no,
you.
I'm not
and
even
I'm like,
saying that. I'm not. Mike is saying that. I'm
Mikey
not
has
even
said
saying
that.
that.
Yeah,
I'm not even saying
that's what
that. I'm
Mikey's
just I'm
saying.
straight up saying it. And if he wrote the actual arena or whatever, you know, the system, but he
Yeah.
forgot one line, that is not laziness. That's just a mistake.
Yes.
That's fucking
that's not the
mistake.
problem. The mistake
that's
is
what
that he
I
forgot
kept saying
one
to you.
line. Glenn, the mistake is that the guy that wrote it forgot one line. The
That's what I've
lazy
been
is that
saying.
it got released with the mistake.
Well, they might
That's
not
what is
found
called
it.
lazy development. How do you not find it? It's so on the nose. It's right in front of you.
Right,
It's
for
like
you,
Batman
it's
without
on
the
the
bat
nose.
suit.
For you, it's on the nose, but many people don't actually have it that way because they actually have to deal with a lot of other stuff.
Yeah, in other
So
games,
I'm the
and
only
in most
person
games,
that has
No.
noticed that the arena has no matchmaking. I'm the only guy that noticed that arena has no matchmaking.
You playing the game is a completely different aspect of, view of compared to making the game as well.
somebody that could have reviewed it real quick and been like, okay, yeah, I'm in a game. Awesome. They were focused on actual gameplay at that time. They probably
can
weren't
think-
thinking about
they
the
Do you
can
not
ease
give
of
a
access.
fuck about your job? Like when you try to make something, do you not care? Do you not give
Many
quality
peop-
control? Do you not check?
Many
Yeah,
people
when
don't
it's
actually
my own
care that much
product.
as well.
But when it's Microsoft, like if it's my
CEOs
job
don't
funding
give
that
a
shit,
sometimes.
if it's my job funding that shit, sometimes I want to put in the work to get it done right because that's my name and my business. But the person that owns the GC that gives me work tells me if I don't get it done his way, even though it's the wrong way, I ain't getting no more work. So even though I
So
know
that's
it's wrong,
lazy development.
I have to do it.
Fuck! That is lazy development. It's not you because you, Mikey, maybe forgot one line. That's okay. Then your higher ups are lazy. It doesn't matter who.
Then that's not
is lazy.
development. That's
It is still-
management.
it's lazy. That doesn't matter. That's still the concept of it. That's development. You're developing a project. It starts from the bottom and goes all the way to the top. You're all developers.
So
You're
they
all
can't
game
make a
developers.
mistake either. Then the management cannot make a mistake at all either. Then if they
You can
do,
make
it's lazy.
you can make a mistake, but there's a difference between a mistake and lazy development. I keep saying this, but you won't listen to me, Glenn. Everything Mikey is describing is lazy development. It's not mistakes.
Those
If the higher ups, the CEO of whatever the fucking company is not taking the correct steps to fix it, it's still lazy
The fuck,
development.
dude, a CEO, half the time, CEOs don't even know what the fuck is going on with the game.
Exactly what
they're
I'm
out
trying
there
to tell you. It
spending
doesn't
the
matter.
money.
With other
There is
stuff.
somebody up there. I
Because
get
if
it.
it's
That's what I'm
other
trying to
stuff.
say.
But
I am
nobody
trying
really
to tell
sees
you
the
that it doesn't
developer
matter.
as nobody ever sees the CEO or the top positions as the developer themselves. We all look at the developers as the small guy. Now, when we look
No,
at the
no,
game,
the developer's not the small guy. The developer, when we think about developers, we're talking about the company. When I say lazy development, I'm looking at NC Soft. I'm not looking at Michael that is sitting in a fucking cubicle, the junior developer that just got out of school. That's
Yes,
not who
but
I'm looking at.
They are not being actually lazy at that point. They're actually making the mistakes. And the fact is, And them themselves is not even making the mistake. The people underneath them actually make a mistake, genuine mistake, not laziness. And now you just seeing it as actual laziness when they just made genuine mistakes, even as a manager, because they're fucking human.
Okay.
And again, it comes
And-
back to human
And the
failure.
fact is,
Again, I'll
No.
recapitulate everything I'm
no,
saying.
no, because the
If
fact
Michael in a cubicle makes a mistake, it is my job as his manager to correct the mistake. If I see the mistake, it is my job to correct the mistake. If I don't correct the mistake, I'm a lazy person.
yes,
I'm
yes,
a shit
okay,
at my job. Great.
Okay, and you tell to me, okay?
Yeah.
And I don't tell the CEO. Are you now the lazy guy or not?
What?
Are you
I
now
tell you and CEO, what are you talking about?
you Mikey is making the fucking system, right? He made a
Yeah.
mistake,
Okay.
and you notice it. You tell me.
Okay. I tell him
I
to
don't-
fix it. I tell Mikey to fix it first. And then I go and inform you.
How would you
My
do
job
that?
is
You
to
don't
tell
have
Mike-
time. You don't have time anymore to work
How
on
do I
that
not have
part.
time? It's my fucking job. That's why I'm there.
No, you actually work on different parts of the game at this point.
That is what I am doing. It is my job. If I notice something that is out of line, I will go to Michael and be like, Michael, this line was forgotten. Can you please fix it? And then he gives me a deadline or whatever. Meanwhile, I have to go and inform you, who is the one above me. The moment I tell you about this, it's out of my hands. Now you're the one that has to manage control. So when you go and you come back and you're asking me, it's your fucking job to do these things. Otherwise, don't do it. If you're not able and capable of doing this, do not fucking do it. It's not your job. You're not doing it correctly. You're a lazy person. No matter how you look at it, if you keep climbing the ladder, at the end of the day, somebody is going to have to take the fault for even the smallest of mistakes. That's why it's called lazy development. Because somebody who's supposed to be doing their fucking job is not doing it, so he's lazy. What is so hard to understand about this? A mistake is only a mistake until it's fixed. When it's not fixed, because somebody is not fixing it, then it's not a mistake anymore. It's done on purpose. If I run over a fucking guy by mistake, I am so sorry, dude. Please let me take you to the hospital. I'll pay your bills. It was a mistake. I fixed it. I tried my best. But if I run him over and I keep going, now it's not a mistake. It's a fucking drive-by. It's not hard to understand as a concept. It's really not hard. It is still lazy development. No matter how you look at it, it's lazy development. Whether it's from the bottom or it's from the top, no matter what part of the snake you're looking at, the Ouroboros is gonna fucking eat itself. Somebody has to take the fall for this mistake. And that's why it becomes lazy development. If you are teaching somebody to clean, you're a good boss because you're taking care of the job. Whether he's good or not, the kid is gonna have to learn. And it's your job to teach him. It's your job, Glenn, to go and teach the fucking kid how to clean. And if he makes a mistake once and you teach him and he's not doing it again, he does maybe the mistake once or twice again. At the third time, it's not a mistake anymore. Or do you still think he's doing it by mistake or he's just fucking on purpose with you?
But where's the third and the fourth time context is coming from? I think that's the part where I'm getting confused. Because they only have one
It's
time
just
to
a
fix
generic-
it.
Yeah, no, no, actually they don't have one time. The game has been out. It's not new. It has been in development hell for so long, and it was a mobile game and then released to PC. You've had many updates. They just released the Halloween content update 2 days ago. You could have fucking added that in the code as an update if you wanted to. There is no excuse. There is no fucking excuse. I am sorry, but no matter how you look at it, when you look at these things, this is lazy development. Like, we can suck dick all day about these companies and how people are underpaid or like overworked and all of this, and I agree 100%. But there's a difference between quality control and just fucking with people, man. Come on, it's a fact. It's been like over 15 years where development has been in shit state. But that's because developers are also crap. Do you know how many artists I have seen that started projects and just left them because I don't feel like it, I'm depressed?
Yep. That's where I was going with the human error part. I was like, yeah, it's just
somebody
more
has
so
to deal
human
with
error.
that, right?
It's human error. Somebody has to deal with it. It takes resources from the game. Now that person that created
Yeah.
that thing that feels sick now can't get
Of
back
course.
to you to fix the fucking part that he fucked up. And now you got to hire somebody completely new that has no idea how the game works, how the game functions, has to learn
Yeah.
that at the same time as fixing this guy's mistake.
Of course.
Or he's
We
getting
agree with
fired
this.
too. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
great.
Like,
He's trying his best, right? So is this kid trying his best? He's trying to do it.
he's trying his best. The company's trying not to be lazy by hiring a new guy to do it, and then boom, they can't get it that right because the company had no part of writing that. It was an individual who wrote that. The company just owns it.
Have they released an information to the games, to the public? Have they informed the public that they are working on this fix?
Most games
That's
do.
all it takes.
Most
But
games
when that
do.
happens, this is the best part. How many times have you seen this happen and the community is like, oh, okay, we get it?
Not many.
Many times.
Only time
Many
I really,
times. Many
only
a
time,
game.
no, only time I
Daisy
see those,
standalone.
only times I see those is from indie companies. I never see it
No.
from a AAA. When you tell
No,
the
even in
gamer
AAA
from a
and Daisy alone,
AAA,
Daisy standalone.
Daisy standalone is an indie. It's not a AAA.
Daisy standalone was actually with the other. Fuck, what was the name of the company? I can't remember the guy anymore. The one that left.
AAA is Microsoft, Ubisoft, fucking Sony. What do you call it? Like, those are the big dogs.
Developers.
Those are AAA developers.
They're not AAA developers. Sony is a company that works with electronics. Those are
No,
publishers.
Sony has its own game studios. They are a game developing studio. They have
They're not game developing studios. They're a company. They have they're publishers like Amazon. A game
but
development company in this case is NC Soft. That's the game developers, not Amazon. Amazon is just the publisher.
Well, the publishers that own the softwares. If it's not associated with those publishers, then they're not going to be considered AAA. They're considered indie or 2K.
No, not at all. EA Games is AAA. Ubisoft is AAA. Blizzard was AAA.
Yeah, those are the big companies.
Yeah, those are AAA, not Sony. Sony's not AAA. Amazon's not AAA. Those are
Sony
not really
Interactive-
companies, they're publishers.
Sony Interactive Gaming, like God of War and all of that, they created that in-house, and that game is fire. I don't know if that
Okay,
considers them
Who created God of War?
Sony Entertainment or Sony Interactive Entertainment. That's who made it. Sony made it.
Let me Google that real quick. Oh my god, I'm lagging.
I guess it's
Yeah,
considered
actually,
SIE.
It's two studios that you can for the last game. So that is even more confusing.
Hold on
Ragnarok.
1 second. Which game?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
created-
It's Santa Monica Studio and Jetpack Interactive, which are developers. See, that's making
Yeah.
more confliction. Means that a lot more things can happen that are gonna go wrong, which are mistakes.
Sometimes they
You know,
hire. Go ahead.
But also the fact is, for you to actually know the mistake,
There's what I mean. Sorry, Glenn. Let me interrupt you real quick just to confirm what I was saying. The game, God of War, developers, Primary, Santa Monica Studio, Ready at Dawn, Java Ground SOELA ports, Bluepoint Games, Ready at Dawn, Senzaru Games, Wholesale Algorithm, Jetpack Interactive. Publishers, Sony Interactive Entertainment, Sony Pictures Digital. They
Yeah.
are not a game developer. They're publishers.
yes, but
They
how many
own all the
studios are
developing
the same?
studios.
Four?
They
Yes,
don't
but they're
own. You
publishers.
hire development studios. You don't own
They're-
them.
Do you acquire them? They're acquisition
You
studios.
don't acquire. You hire. You don't.
Then how come
acquire
they
these
have
companies.
all of the? How do they
No.
come they have all the creative rights and all of the leverage and all of those
Because
contracts
you
if they
buy,
don't own them?
you buy all. That's how you hire a studio. The studio, when you hire it, okay. So let's say I'm a game developer. Let's say I'm Rogue Bear Entertainment, right?
Mhm.
And you want to make a video game. You're the one with the money. You tell me, hey Tony, I want to hire you to make this game. That's all you are. You buy me. You buy all the licenses, everything I'm creating, all the ideas and stuff like that. I basically work for you. You're paying my contract. That's
Yeah.
all it is.
People don't actually
You give me the
work.
money.
Most studios don't actually work that way though.
No, they don't.
That's literally how most studios work.
The
No,
moment that you sign
most
that
actually are
contract, the Sony
bought.
exec is taking over effective immediately of all creative and
Yeah, like the
and
Ubisoft,
financial
Ubisoft.
aspects of the game.
Yeah, like the
That
Microsoft.
is exactly how it is. That's what I'm saying. You hire me. I am just your workforce
No,
in that
but-
moment.
No,
Most of
they
them
are-
not hiring.
They are
Most
head
them
of that
are.
shit.
Like Bethesda.
Okay,
is
if you
bought
talk both
by
together, I can get it.
Microsoft owns Bethesda, for example. That's
And
what
Activision.
happens with most Well, yeah.
That
But
has nothing to do
most
with
of
it, Glenn. Bethesda was a gaming development studio.
Yeah,
It failed.
at this
It got
time,
acquired as a company. It got bought as a company, not as a game development studio. It got bought
It
as a
did get-
company.
It did get bought as a game development studio though, because
No, it
Bethesda
got
was
acquired as a company.
because it was both a company and
so
a studio.
They're not hiring the people anymore. That's what I'm saying.
That's what you're not
Studios
understanding
not
my
being
point at
hired.
all. Guys,
That's what I'm
listen,
saying,
listen to what
hired.
I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Glenn is a publisher. I am a developer. Mikey is another developer. Okay? Mikey is a company that is a developer, like Bethesda. I am an indie company. Glenn, as a publisher, wants to create a video game.
That's different though. That's indie.
That's
You're
indie. That's
not
exactly
understanding
what
I'm
I
saying.
said. You proved
Listen
my
to
point.
what I am trying to say. You're not proving anything because you're not even letting me finish my point.
Okay.
If you want to create a game as the publisher, okay? Sometimes you don't even create the game as a publisher. Sometimes I, as an indie company, come to you and tell you, hey, this is the game I'm making. Would you like to buy the rights for it and sponsor it? Yes, great. You're my publisher. I work for you. You pay for me. I make the game. As simple as that. But let's say Sony wants to make a game. Sony goes to, let's pick Jetpack Interactive. Sony goes to Jetpack Interactive and says, we're making this game. We're hiring you. Great. Now, Jetpack Interactive works for Sony. Everything that Jetpack Interactive makes in regards to this game, this one game, not every other game that Jetpack Interactive is making, this one specific game that Sony wants belongs to Sony. That doesn't mean that Jetpack Interactive disappears. It still makes other games. It can go with other publishers. But now it has a connection with Sony, so it might as well use it. But anyways, it works for Sony. Okay, that's what hiring a development company means. Second case scenario is what Glenn is talking about, is Bethesda. Bethesda failed as a company. It went bankrupt. It got bought as a asset, as a company, not as a game development studio. It just happens to be a game development studio that got bought. It's the same as if Amazon buys Microsoft because Microsoft fails. It's the same concept. You're buying a different company. You're incorporating. It's called mergers. You're merging another company. You're not
But
merging a game
they're
development.
branding themselves. They're branding themselves as developers, because when you
They're
come in,
using the fact that
when,
they're developers.
and to use your definition earlier of developers,
Yeah.
which is anybody that's foreseeing or developing the game. Those people are developers because they are bringing their people to hire, to fire, and to buy all of the necessary resource assets, whatever the fuck you need to make that project. So they are the top financier and creative. They do not, or my bad. They're the top financier and they have all liberty to creative freedom, meaning that whatever you think needs to go in a game, they can pull funding at any time as long as you don't put what they think should be in the game.
That has nothing to do with the development.
It has everything to do with the development. It fucks the whole
No,
development
that is
thing up.
just that is just what the rights are. But the developer is still the company that you hired. Nobody at Sony is sitting there behind a PC or planning the fucking thing. The game designer, which is the top dog in the situation, right? The game designer is usually the one that is managing everything.
And is
The
hired
game
by
designer-
Sony.
The whole company is hired by Sony. The whole company is
Hold
hired
on,
by Sony.
hold on.
Because Sony owns them. If not, then they'd be hired
Not
by
because they
Bohemia
own them.
Interactive or
It
by
owns them.
Jetpack Interactive.
Mikey, you're getting it the wrong way. Sony owns them because they already hired them. It's not that they hired them because they own them. It's the other way around. It's like when you get a contractor to your house, you don't own the contractor.
That's what I'm saying. They're not hiring anybody. They already have these guys on payroll. They work for Sony.
No, they fucking don't. It's a different company. It's a completely different company. They don't work for Sony unless Sony hires them. Like, what the fuck? How is this confusing, guys?
So
Sony?
I'm paying their paycheck, and then I'm gonna hire them again to pay their
You're
paycheck.
not paying the paycheck. Oh my god. Jetpack
Who owns-
Interactive is a different company. Jetpack Interactive
Yes,
is a different company.
yes. Hold on.
I am Sony. I go to
Santa
Jetpack Interactive
Monica.
and I hire
No,
them.
Santa Monica.
Santa Monica.
Did
Okay.
they get hired? Yes or no?
Yes.
No, because they are owned by Sony Interactive.
No.
They're
So
owned.
Santa Monica
Look it up.
Studio is a video
Look
game
it up.
developer for Santa Monica Studio is a video game developer for Sony Interactive Entertainment.
They're
Four.
owned. They're owned.
They are owned because they are hired by Sony. They were not created by Sony. It was a company by itself, and Sony went, "You guys work for us now. Here, this is the paycheck."
No,
That's
they-
how it works.
They bought the
Oh
company.
fuck me. Yeah, that's what I'm fucking saying. They paying the company. They hired the company.
No, they bought the company. Like the company was purchased for money, and now that company has no rights to be a company no more. They just are employees. That's what happens. They just did that with Bethesda, or not Bethesda. They just did it with what's that? Bungie. There we go. They just did it with Bungie like last week, 2 weeks ago.
Santa Monica Studio is an American video game developer based in Los Angeles, a first-party studio. Let me repeat that. First-party studio for Sony Interactive Entertainment. It is best known for developing the God of War series. The studio was founded in 1999 by Alan Becker and was located in Santa Monica, California, until relocating to Playa Vista in 2014. Company type? Subsidiary. You guys need to not fucking argue on things that you don't look at. Please, it pisses me off. They're not a company bought by Sony. They're hired by Sony. It's a subsidiary to Sony. Sony went, "You guys are a great gaming company, video game development company. I will hire you." That's how it works. Sony is a publisher, not a game developer studio. They're publishers. They're the one with the money. The game development studio is Santa Monica Studio. Why is it not clear? Like I keep telling you guys the same thing. Like, bruh, it's like me arguing with Glenn on how to fucking clean a tobacco factory, or arguing with Mikey on how to fix a fucking what is it called? The towers, the electric tower things. Like I've never done them in my life or ever seen any of them in my life. How would I argue with you guys? You're by far more knowledgeable. I literally want to open a game development company, guys. This is literally what I want to do for a living if I could. I would die to have this opportunity.
I get that, Tony, but my whole thing is like, you're coming at the fact of like, just because we don't do as much research as you doesn't mean that we don't know what to talk about. And what we're talking about is like,
I'm saying
we're talking.
I never underestimate you guys. When I talk to you guys, I love you, and I believe that we are very much equals in everything that we talk about. That's why I love talking to you. I ask your opinions, and anything I come up with, I like to talk to you guys about. All right, you're my friends, and I love you guys. But there are moments where if I tell you something, I want you to believe in me the same way I trust you when you tell me something.
But it has nothing to do to doubt your belief or your knowledge on something. This is just what we know as knowledge too, and it contradicts some of the things you might know, and it broadens your knowledge, if anything, because now you have 3 different perspectives of people that's been gaming their entire life, that's probably wanted to do something with gaming until they realized they were either A, not creative enough, or B, not smart enough, or C, don't have the time for that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Like that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this specific case where I'm trying to tell you how Sony and the game developers work. I'm telling you this because I had to do extensive research on the matter, because I would be a game development company and not a not a publisher company, right? So I had to do very intensive research to understand how the pros and cons of working for a company, a publisher, would go for me, right? So I spent a lot of time on this, and I was trying to tell you guys, like, hey, no, this is not how it works. Sony is a publisher, and there's a gaming development studio behind it that gets hired by the company. But you guys are arguing me. Like, it's okay to argue, but if I say it like 7 times...
It's just because people don't look at it that way. If you're making nothing but Sony games, and you have no other games that's coming out, then you are owned by Sony. You're not making any other things.
Yeah, you're officially owned by Sony because you got hired. but that doesn't make Sony the game development company. That makes Sony the publisher and they're the game development company.
Yeah, but to
Which is
negate
okay.
the fact that Sony doesn't have anything to do with the development of that game is just, it's like crazy.
No, I never said that it has nothing to do with the development. I said
Then
it's
that
not
would
the
make them
developer.
part. Then that would make them part of the developments. Then that would make them part of the developers when it comes to blame. So when people are blaming things, they are 9 times out of 10 blaming the publisher,
course.
the company,
Of course.
and the fucking developer. But nobody ever knows the developer's name unless they really fucking pay attention. So most people just blame the
Fantastic.
publisher.
Great, yeah. Listen, to this point, 100%, yeah. No, nothing wrong was said from you in this specific moment.
Just saying.
The only point was,
Just saying
Yeah.
that it is actually owned by Sony because Sony actually is a parent company. Of PlayStation
just-
Studio.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah,
PlayStation
I
Studio
just
is
said-
the person that
No.
pretty much owns the fucking, other developers that, or hires and buys the other developers, because they either contract them or they own them. One of the two.
exactly. That's
they're-
what I'm trying to tell you guys. They are not the developers, though.
They're just a contractor,
own them.
which is even worse.
Yes.
Because when you have a contractor coming in, they could just work on a specific part of that game and not have any insider
Exactly.
knowledge of what the fucking game is about.
Exactly what I'm saying. That's what I've been trying to tell you from the start. When I say it's lazy development, it doesn't mean that it's the little guy. It's not Mikey in the corner. It could be even the top. It doesn't matter. It's still going to be classified as lazy development.
No, but I'm saying if
It
you have
doesn't-
enough money, just use the studio that you already full on own. Like make PlayStation Studios, the developers
But
just
that's
hire,
just not their
just go in the
yeah, that's not a
campus.
competency.
No, just go and hire a bunch of people that know what the fuck they're doing and make them do it. I'm pretty sure
That's what
there's
they're
a
doing.
bunch.
They just hire a company.
No. Instead of hiring a company, hire all in house and keep all the money. I'm pretty sure that
But
people will be
you're keeping all
much
the money.
not. I'm pretty sure that people will feel like that's a win-win-win-win-win, because now you ain't got contractors that you got to contact and pay for every damn thing, telling you what's going on with the game. Now you got firsthand people that already work for you, that you have the control in that situation to make sure that the product is actually a sound product.
But that would make no.
Because if you're
actual
buying
sense,
something,
because you're already
if I'm
hiring
buying something, right, any type of art, any type of art on this planet, you never know what you're going to get until you buy it. You don't have an idea. When you buy any art in this world, the only thing that you know is the guy's past art. When you're making something completely new from scratch and you're hiring somebody to make that said thing for you, you don't know if it's good or not until after you already bought it. So when they already purchased it, you do not know. Like, say if you bought music instead of a video game, you're not buying music because you already heard the song. You're buying music because you like the artist, and you're about to buy the music hoping that you like the songs. That's how people buy albums. They buy the album because that artist is coming out with a new album. They listen to the album and they have watch parties for the album, and then people get excited because it was a good album. Or if it wasn't a good album, they get mad. But you know what happens? They had to pay for it up front before they even seen the mistakes or the issues in the album or anything like that. Now take that and apply it to gaming. The same thing. The gaming studios and shit like that hire out third parties don't know what the fuck they're getting until after the fact, because they have nothing to do with that company other than hiring them.
That's just not how it works.
How does it not?
So first of all, if
you already
I am
sunk
to
all this,
hire-
my bad.
do you want me to answer?
Go ahead.
If I'm to hire, I'm Sony, and I want to hire Jetpack Interactive, I'm going to be doing extensive research on Jetpack Interactive before hiring them, because I need to know who they are, what criminal records they have, do they pay their taxes, and above all, what gaming experience do they have? Have they developed anything? Is their art style good? Who's working for them? If I'm hiring them, I know exactly who I'm hiring. Would you hire a contractor to come and review your house when you've never seen him do any job?
9 times out of 10, that's what happens. They
Well,
look at
that's your
pictures.
problem,
You look at pictures of jobs that somebody could have, you know, done themselves or got off the internet.
Yeah, well, that's absolutely your problem then. If you're willing to do this little research and hire somebody, I'm sorry, but that's your failure.
Yeah,
nobody
but
else.
you're not going to go on YouTube and go watch a 15-hour fucking somebody putting up a house. You know what I'm saying? You're going to just look at the pictures. You're going to look at the pictures and be like, okay, this guy does pretty good work. You don't know if
I'm
that
sorry,
guy took
but
those pictures
Mikey,
or
how
not.
many hours are you spending? How many hours would you spend? Let's say you're making a video, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and that video is guaranteed to give you $10 million. How many hours are you willing to spend to make sure to fact check that everything in your video is going correctly, including editing, sounds, all of that?
But my thing is, it's a piece of art, and I don't know if it's making that much. I'm hoping it will.
No. I'm saying you are about to get. Okay, so never mind. Let me repeat that. Okay, scratch. You are about to pay, okay, $100 million to an artist.
Because I've seen his other pictures. I never really watched him paint the picture. I'm not going to
Let me
watch him paint the
clarify.
picture.
Yeah. Okay. But you're about to pay $100 million, okay, to an artist to do a portrait of you. Are you gonna hire him and pay that amount of money blind?
What do
Or
you
are
mean?
you gonna look and do intensive research on the artist?
I'm going to look at his other pictures and his other things, and if, you know,
So
I
you're
like
gonna do
the
intensive
things.
research.
Yeah, but that my point is, even if you do extensive research on something, sometimes some things might fall through. And you have contractors that's getting hired, fired, back to back.
Okay.
Now things are missing. You got jumbled up code everywhere. People that already made that code has to be paid to come back. So now you're spending more money. You already had to spend money to make that product in the first, or that first line of code in the first place. And now you're spending double to fix it because now you got to hire the people that wrote it in the first place because your internal guys can't figure it out because they didn't write it. And you don't think that certain companies aren't going to put fail safes like that so they can make more money? Like, come on.
That's not what we're talking about. You're talking about Sony making their own company. No.
Yes, I'm talking about Sony making their own company for that reason and that reason alone, because the fact of you hiring contractors and firing contractors just as fast as you hire them is a detriment to your studio or your game, because now the people that have to support that game through the lifespan of that game and come out with updates and all of that shit have no knowledge but to call that company that's going to charge a consulting fee to come out and spend more money on a game that's unnecessary when you could have just had the people that already work for you stay working for you and then pay them, you know, what they already do at the end of each week. You don't got to pay them nothing more, nothing less. There's no exorbitant cost to the product, meaning that you can put more cost into the actual game and not into the developer's pocket. And now you can actually fix the game a lot faster. It fixes a lot of the issues.
That's just not what Sony is.
Yeah, I get it. But I get what
It's
Sony
like you
not
telling
doing
me-
it. I get why
So
Sony's
if you
not
need to
doing it
fix your
because
house,
no, I get why Sony's not doing it, but if they wanted to make their gaming platform as efficient as possible, that's how they would do it. The reason why they're not doing it is because they make tech, they make parts for cars, they make speakers, they are making every fucking thing. So it don't matter to
it
them.
would also cost them more to actually make an in-game game development studio than it would by hiring somebody else.
No, because you're getting cost on the fact that you paid for a product in hopes to make more money off of what you spent on it in those amount of years. I'm sorry,
You're
if I'm spending
forgetting all
6
the
years,
prices.
if I'm spending 6 years funding and paying for something, I'm expecting at least 12 years of growth back from that thing, or at least 6 years
So,
of growth back. from that thing.
Let me clarify something. Right?
Mhm.
Sony hires Jetpack Interactive. Jetpack Interactive has a boss. That boss has employees.
Mm-hmm.
The boss is paying the employee's salary. The boss is paying the electric bill. The boss is paying all the bills. That Jetpack Interactive has its own bills and its salaries and all those things. Sony is paying a certain amount to that company, then that company is getting a percentage, and Sony is getting a bigger percentage. All right? So it's cheaper for Sony to hire these companies because they're not the one paying the bills for the company. The company pays its own bills. Sony just has to pay the initial cut and then reap the rewards. But obviously, Sony adds in limitations. That's how publishers work. Like, for example, one of the basic limitations of Sony is you're supposed to release this game only on PlayStation, not Xbox. But then sometimes there are games where it's like, okay, well, we can get Xbox and PlayStation happening both. Very rarely, as you can see, but it happens. They would say PlayStation and PC only, or PlayStation and mobile only. Those are limitations that the publishers set. But for Sony to open its own game development company is, I would say, kind of useless. Like, it's just, why would they? It's like,
Because they can just
They have-
acquire a bunch of people that already know what they're doing, pay them out
they,
full right, make
they
them
already
change
did.
their name, and call it a day.
they already did. That's what they're doing every time they hire a game development company. That when you say they own them, they literally own them. That's how they own them. So when it becomes a subsidiary, so in effective, Santa Monica Studio is a subsidiary of Sony. They're owned by Sony, but Santa Monica Studio is the game development studio. It's its own studio. It just belongs to Sony now because Sony pays the bills. That's what they're doing.
Then that means that Sony owns them.
That's what I've been fucking saying, my guy. I've been saying this 17 times already.
No, you
they
said
are-
that they
are-
weren't owning them. That's why.
Oh my fucking god! I said it 1,000 times that they own them because they hired them. They own them because they hire them. It's a subsidiary. That's what happens when you become a subsidiary of a company. You're owned by the mother company. That doesn't mean Sony is a development company. Sony is a publisher, and you are the development company. I've
That-
said this like 20 times.
that's
Are you
under
recording
Sony.
for one? Why aren't you streaming?
My whole point is that Sony, man, I'm telling you, your whole point just agreed with me and Glenn inadvertently. That Sony
Well,
is not just a publisher. They have
Sony is
game
just a
studios. The Sony game studios acquired a bunch of other studios to be in that one umbrella, Sony Game Studios. That is their gaming
publisher.
company.
Sony is not-
They oversee
Sony is not.
they oversee games, and everybody knows it. Look at Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade was a Sony game, Sony
That doesn't
exclusive.
matter. That doesn't
and they
make them a
still
game
came
development
in.
company.
Sony execs still came in and made them change the art style, and the fans got pissed.
That's
Like-
because they're the publishers and they can do that. That doesn't make them the game development company. It just makes them having the people that own the rights to the whole idea and the video game. They do not own the rights to every other game that the company makes. If Santa Monica Studio wants to make a game, in this case, Santa Monica Studio cannot because it is a subsidiary of Sony in this specific case. Sony, the publisher. Santa Monica Studio, game developer. Sony is not a developer. Not at all.
But they wear the
Nothing to
name
do with it.
Sony.
No, they are the Santa Monica Studio. You will see their name in the game as Santa Monica Studio. They are the game development company. They are not Sony. Sony is Sony. They are Santa Monica Studio.
That's like saying because Fanta is owned by Coca-Cola, it should be called Coke Juice.
No.
Yes, because if it's not
Fanta.
not called Coke Juice, then it's not owned by Coca-Cola.
Is Fanta trademarked?
Yes, by Coca-Cola,
Good. Why is it trademarked?
because it's owned by Coca-Cola.
Okay. So can you call it Coca-Cola Orange?
Yeah, you could.
No, you cannot. It is not Coca-Cola Orange. It is Fanta.
But it was a company
They're
acquired by
different
Coke.
things.
But it was a company that was acquired by Coca-Cola, same as vitamin water.
It doesn't matter. They're different companies. Santa Monica Studio is a company. Sony Interactive Entertainment is a company. Sony
Yeah, but-
Interactive Entertainment is a publisher. Santa Monica Studio is a gaming developer company.
But my
They're
whole
different
point is,
companies.
if they own them, then doesn't Sony have the right to make them change their name to Sony Interactive
No,
Studio?
they don't. No, they don't. You do not have the right to change the name of a company. That's just not how it works. It's a subsidiary.
So if I am a company and I just buy, so if I'm say if I'm like a bank or something, right? Or not a bank, because you guys
Shall
won't
I
have the
make it
same
easier
banks.
for you, Mikey? You
Say-
open a company that works with making wood furniture of all sorts. Mullet guy, what was his name? Tacoma.
Mhm.
Tacoma owns a company that makes wood beds, wood frames for beds only. That's all he does. You hire Tacoma. You say, Tacoma, come work for my company. I do all kinds of wood. And he's like, all right. You just hired his company.
Yeah, but I didn't acquire his
It becomes a
company. I did.
subsidiary to yours. You acquired it. You hired it.
No, I
It becomes a
didn't.
subsidiary of your company.
No, it's not. An acquisition is
That
a
is
purchase of a
literally-
company.
You did not merge it. You acquired a company, as in hired a company. I'm not even using the
No.
word. Why did I use the word acquired? I never used the word acquired before.
No,
you said that.
acquisition.
I said you hired a company.
Acquisition.
I did
to
not
ac-
use the word acquisition. You used that.
I
I'm
know,
just saying
because
you've hired.
that's
I
what
never
it
once said
is.
acquire. Hire. It's not acquire. It's hire.
Listen,
It's
it's
a
not hired.
subsidiary company.
You're not hired if so. Microsoft hired Activision to put games on Game Pass or make Call of Duty.
Activision Blizzard
Was
okay?
hired by Microsoft.
Activision Blizzard. When Blizzard failed, Activision acquired and merged with Blizzard. When Activision failed, before they failed, they got merged with Microsoft.
They didn't
Now
get merged.
they belong to Microsoft.
Yes, they are owned by Microsoft because Microsoft
Perfect.
purchased
The
them.
same way, okay, you would acquire and merge a company.
Yeah,
not
by
hire
purchasing
a
them.
company. Exactly. You purchased the whole company. You don't change the name. You cannot call Microsoft Game Development Studios. It's Microsoft.
Why
and then you
not?
have
'Cause I purchased
Activision
it.
Blizzard. You can't.
It
You
works the
legally
same.
cannot. It's
It
illegal.
works legally. It works the same exact way. If I
No, it
bought
doesn't.
no,
it
if,
fucking doesn't.
it works the same exact way. If I bought somebody's boat named Betsy and I wanted to call it the Trillmobile, I can do
no,
that because
that's not
it's
how
mine.
it works at all. No, you'd have to dissolve the company. You cannot change the legal name of a company.
No,
that's
nine
called a
times
legal
out of
name for a
10
reason.
9 times out of 10, you just go to the courthouse or wherever region you in, and you just request to change the name, and they make you pay for it. That's all they did with Halo
cannot
Studios. Halo Studios is
Yeah,
just a
that-
rebrand of 343. It's the same fucking company. They just changed their name at a courthouse,
You-
and now it's legal.
Oh my god. You
No,
cannot do that when
343
it's a
is fine.
subsidiary.
But
The legal rights to the company belong to somebody else.
so
the-
what
the
would you
people
call
of Santa Monica Studio are
So
their
what would
own.
you call? So what would you call 343 then? Because they're
What the fuck does
extra,
343 have to do with Santa Monica Studios and Sony?
because
Santa Monica Studios is a subsidiary of it.
because 343 is a better example to what I'm talking about.
But that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Yes, it does. Because
No,
it's
it
the same
doesn't.
thing. It's the same thing. Instead of it being Sony, it's being Microsoft, and that's something that you can clearly say without a doubt that Microsoft owns that company. It is no other way of looking at it. They own 343, even though 343 was its own company when it got bought. They own it.
343 Industries, Halo Studios is an American video game developer
Yes, that was bought by
located in
Microsoft.
Redmond, Washington, part of Xbox Game Studios.
Yes.
Headed by Pierre Hintze, the studio is responsible for the Halo series of military science fiction games originally created and produced by Bungie and is the developer of the Slipspace engine.
Yep.
Halo Studios, formerly 343 Industries, is an American video game developer. Do I have to repeat this?
That had proved my whole point. Halo
No,
343
it isn't.
Industries.
Parts of.
343 Industries, formerly Halo Studios, or no, Halo Studios, formerly 343 Industries. That's exactly what the quote was, and that implies
They changed their legal name.
that they changed their legal name, meaning that if you purchase something, you can make them change their name. That proves my whole point.
How would you know? How do you know that they weren't the one that changed it by themselves?
Because Microsoft said, "Hey, you're gonna have to change this. This is gonna have to change. People do not like
How'd
your
you know?
studio." It is all over the wall, dude. Nobody likes that studio. They
That's a
failed
fucking
three
different thing.
They
then.
failed
That's
three
not
different
a forced change.
That is a forced change. You are telling me right now you believe without a doubt that Microsoft seen them fuck up 3 Halo titles in a row and didn't make them change their name
That's not what
and
I'm
make
saying.
it fucking sound better.
I'm saying that's why they did it. It's a rebranding. It's not a forced change. You can rebrand something, but it's still a different game. Isn't
That
it?
was
It's
just
still
the
a different
soft
name.
political version of calling it a forced change. Rebranding and forced
Yeah, it
changing is
doesn't
the same
matter.
thing. Because the
That's what I'm
Microsoft
trying to say, but you
Studios,
cannot just change it that way. You cannot just tell them, you know what? I don't like you being called Santa Monica Studio. From
Yeah,
now
you
on, I'm
have
gonna
the
call
right
you
to.
Santa
You
Pierre
own it.
Monica.
you own it. You can.
No.
That's what they did with 343. They said, hey, in order for us to make this more marketable, to get people actually excited, we might have to dissolve 343. But we can't do that because we're not going to hire another company and we're not going to restart. So what we'll do is instead, we'll just rebrand the company. So they filed some paperwork, paid for it, and then 343 became Halo Studios with a new CEO, which isn't even a new CEO. It's nothing different. It's the same shit. Literally the same shit. They got rid of a few people. That's it.
Subsidiary. I was sitting so relaxed on my back. Give me a second. Subsidiary.
Like, it's something that you cannot say that Microsoft's marketing team did not have something involved in that, being saying, hey, we're going to have to change your name. Happens all the fucking time. Look at Marilyn Monroe. They bought her out, said, hey, we're changing your name. We bought your rights to your name. We own the rights to your name, so you're going to have to change it. Why do you think Bungie didn't fucking start making Halo?
I wasn't ready to be the contract. If subsidiary is Tommy Rebellion, Ability Sphere is considered a company that is entirely rightfully owned by another parent company. The LLC can be owned either by another LLC or by a corporation. Suits against LLC, although the parent company is responsible for ensuring of the day-to-day, or is it two slightly different business? Allowable for the acts as such, disregarding the corporate form and holding the parent liable is an extraordinary remedy. That said, if a parent company exercises enough control, however, courts may hold the parent liable because there is often some degree of overlap between a parent and its subsidiary. A question courts are often faced with is just how much control is enough to justify imposing liability on a parent or for its subsidiary's action, while the standard varies between justice. Separate management for the subsidiary or separate the two entities' assets and then ensure those changes and if you're just looking for a way to ensure that businesses not look. This one told me nothing as an article, even though it's pretty interesting. Let's see.
Glenn, you still here? Yeah, I see him there.
What?
No, I was asking if Glenn was still here.
Glenn, are you there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, I seen him on there. I just looked over at the Discord.
Subsidiary change company. Let's see if there's some.
Ooh, just ripped his tail off. Oh no, I might keep it that way. Just put this on the platform. Ooh, that came out good. I like it. Came out good. Mm-hmm. And sorry if I'm coughing extraordinarily loud. It's not for the normal reasons this time. I'm just feeling a little under the weather.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I fucking got back from South Carolina and I got like sick as fuck yesterday. Not been my week this week. I got rear-ended yesterday. Got sick yesterday. Fucking my boss forgot to give me my check yesterday. Oh yeah, it was just a fucking great day yesterday. Oh yeah, and the power got shut off because he didn't give me my check yesterday.
At least the phones weren't off too this time.
Because I paid it last time.
See, that's what I'm fucking saying. They weren't forced by Microsoft. 343
What's going to say
fired
publicly.
fired the other two people that were working there. Let me find their name again. I just read it. Fuck. Bonnie Ross and Joseph Staten. They got
been did
fired
that.
from. They got fired from that. They got fired from 343, and then they rebranded with the help of Microsoft to Halo Studios. They
With
were
the
not
help of
forced into that.
Microsoft. With the help of Microsoft.
Exactly.
So that means
Fucking hell.
So that I keep up with that stuff. So they fired Jason Statham and the chick fucking
Barbaros, yeah.
like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, dude.
Mm-hmm.
That shit was done fucking ages ago. And they already released Halo Infinite. Like they already did everything and then fired them right after. That game has been out for almost like 3 years at this point now.
But before the name change.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
3
trying to
years
say.
later.
They fired them. Exactly. They fired them. No, it says here they fired them a year prior. Literally, the thing is saying here they fired them a year prior, and then with the help of Microsoft, they rebranded to Halo Studios with a new brand, new everything, new project, and then they released the talk. They weren't forced by Microsoft. They rebranded,
With the help of Microsoft.
which is very fucking different. With the help of Microsoft, as in like Microsoft had hired them, had acquired them, which is great.
with
because
a
they were
very
horrible.
with a very, very gentle push.
Yeah, they weren't even. They wanted to do that. They kept the same fucking boss. They just fired the two assholes.
What about the rest?
I mean, if the first two assholes got fired and then they decided to rebrand and behave properly, I'm pretty sure that's more than enough.
Yeah, but they're not.
Exactly. It's the same people.
Yeah,
Same exact people.
yeah.
What the fuck you think is going to be changed?
That's different concept. That's what I'm talking about. That has nothing to do with it. It's still Microsoft is the parent and they're a subsidiary. Now, whether they're a shit company or not, that's not.
Microsoft is still the parent. Microsoft is still the subsidiary, or 343 is still the subsidiary, and they still just changed their name to a different name with the help of Microsoft.
Exactly.
Meaning that Microsoft said, "We're going to change your name."
They decided to change the name.
Yeah, with the help of Microsoft. Meaning that Microsoft was like, "Hey, we're going to heavily encourage you to change your name."
Yeah,
They
we're
didn't
gonna
force them to
rebrand
do
the
shit.
name.
They didn't force them because you technically can't
course
force
not.
anybody to do anything or you're getting sued. So they
So we got to the point that I was saying.
they're forcing air quote on air quote. They're
Not legally forcing them.
yes.
That's what I'm saying. You cannot legally. That was my sentence. You cannot legally change the name. They weren't forced.
they
were
can legally
coerced to-
they can legally change the name because that happened, but they cannot force
They can
them to change the name.
That's what I am saying. I literally said you cannot legally change the name of a subsidiary company.
You can.
yourself as the parent company. Oh my God, you cannot change it yourself as a parent company. They got coerced into doing it, which we agree it was coercion. They're like, hey, you either rebrand or you're
Everybody
gone.
loses their
That is
fucking
fair.
job.
Exactly, right? So that's not effectively by law forcing somebody.
Yeah, but that's
That
heavily.
was
But to the normal
coercing,
person, that's a motherfucking force to me. You telling me I'm losing
to
my
the law,
cushy ass?
to the law, it's not.
You telling me I'm losing
to
my
the law,
cushy
it's
ass $160,000 a year fucking job because
Yeah.
I didn't want to change my name? Oh no, I'm changing that name in a heartbeat. Microsoft, let me deep throat it.
Agreed. That's fine. But again, by law, they can't. And that is what my point was. You cannot legally change the
Yeah,
name.
but
They got coerced into changing their name. That is a very different thing. By the law, by the standards of the law, the company just changed its own
But
name
it
to
is
rebrand.
legally though because they're just using the fucking what do you call that loophole to
It
getting
is a
what they
loophole.
fuck.
That's what the law is. That's what the law
they're
is.
using a
they legally
loophole.
can't. Yeah, doesn't
So
matter.
it's
That's
legal.
still legal. That is still legal. They didn't force it.
Yeah,
By
but-
law, they didn't go like, we are changing their name because they belong to us. They're a subsidiary.
Yeah,
didn't.
they can't announce nothing
the
like
company
that.
itself. Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been trying to say. By law, legally, you cannot change the name. It's
Yeah,
a
but that
subsidiary
doesn't
company.
mean that's not what happened.
That is exactly what happened. By law, the point standing is by law, they did not force a name change.
Yeah,
Now,
but
what happened
in reality,
in the meetings?
in
is a different-
reality,
yeah, it doesn't
they
fucking
fu-
matter.
in reality, it does matter because that's what happened.
It doesn't. That doesn't matter. By law, they cannot do it themselves. They coerce them into doing it, which is different. It is a different thing. They did not go into a court or whatever place they have to go to in the United States and say, we are changing the name of that company because it belongs to us as a subsidiary. They can't do that. The subsidiary itself went to there and like, we are rebranding. They got asked why. It's like,
'Cause
no
we'll get
reason.
fired.
We just want to do that. No reason. We just want to rebrand. I feel like it's time for a spring. They didn't go, oh, because they forced us to do it. Because that's illegal.
Because we made Unreal Engine. That's why that video came out.
They didn't make Unreal Engine. They made Slip Space.
No, my bad. They're using Unreal Engine now.
Yeah.
We
Unreal
made
Engine
it. We
5,
made a
they
demo
used-
for you in Unreal Engine, and we also changed our name. We're a
Yeah.
completely new
But-
game series and a completely new studio with the same people, and we're
Yeah.
gonna do the completely new things of giving you the same shit. We're gonna
That's
find
exactly
new
what I-
disappointing ways to disappoint you now.
To disappoint you, yeah. That's just how it is, though. Sadly, I mean, what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna fucking die. I'm gonna go outside of Microsoft Studios. I'm gonna set myself on fire.
Right, Glenn. What did you want to say? I think you've been wanting to say something for the past like 30 minutes.
No, I'm just playing.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, but you
Playing
said
with
that
my
you wanted
toys.
to say something.
So you wanna laugh real quick, Tony?
I'm not even gonna join that.
One sec. Wait, what? What'd you say, Glenn?
I'm not even gonna join that.
The Halo controversy.
Well,
He's
I
like-
mean, I know about it, but I'm not gonna join up in that.
Like, to me, it's just important that when we talk about things, we stay on a specific topic.
Well, the
'Cause
only reason
that
I went
way
to
there's
Halo
more
is
to
because
talk about.
I might not know that much about Sony, but I know about Halo, and that's the only reason
I
I
know,
went to
yeah.
that. That's the only
That is
reason I
fine.
use it as an allegory to get to where I was going with the point of Sony owning the fucking company. It don't matter how you look
That's-
at it. The reality of the situation is they own that fucking company. They paid for that
That's
company,
the thing,
and they
though.
own that company. That company is not making anything but Sony content.
That's not true. It could make any content it
Yeah,
wants
but
if
it's
it wanted
not.
to.
Because
it's not, but it can.
You know why? Because they will be fired by Sony. And if they're fired
No,
by
it's not because they
Sony,
will be fired.
I'm pretty sure it's in their
Because
contracts
it's more-
that they have an exclusivity right and they cannot make
No.
anything.
No. You cannot have that contract at all. That
Yes,
is
you can.
literally illegal to do. No,
No,
is
they call it
I'm
a
telling you right now.
non-compete.
Oh my fucking god, that's not what a non-compete is.
Yeah,
They're
you can
literally
have
telling you
you can have
you
guidelines
cannot
of
have
a
a non-compete
non-compete.
with your own company.
You can
cannot
have
a non-compete with your own company.
then that means they own them.
That you cannot have a non-compete with your own company, Mikey. If
Yeah.
I want to make a bed frame or a table, I will make a bed frame or a table. It's just more lucrative for me to focus on bed frames because you are paying me more for it. I am still allowed to make the table anytime I fucking want if I want to. There is no competition. It's not no. It's there's no such thing as a no compete in your own.
What do you
company.
mean if it's a game? So if it's a game,
In
then
your own
is this
company?
No, because if they don't own them, then it's not their company. They're just hirees.
If I am making Santa Monica Studio, it's its own company. It's a subsidiary of Sony. Santa Monica Studio, if it wants to do something, okay, it can do something. Luckily, it has a parent family called Sony Entertainment, Sony Interactive Entertainment, which means it can literally go to its parent company like, guys, we thought about this idea. Finance it. Great.
Okay,
Sony
we'll
has the money to
finance
help
it.
them.
Finance it, but
Okay.
you're not allowed to make any games that doesn't involve Sony.
No, that's not how it works. They can make a game. It's just that they wouldn't, because why would they? They already have the sponsor. The whole point of a game development studio is finding sponsors. If you have a publisher that pays your bills for you, why the fuck would you not do that?
Because I want to
It
make
makes
my
no
own game.
sense. You can make your own game and still have the publisher. You still work for them. You can still make a game and add the Sony. That's more money for you. It
That's
just makes
what
no
I'm
sense
saying.
not to do it.
But Sony has to
You
then
can still do
review
it
it
if you
and
don't
buy
want
it if they want to or not. But that's up to
You
in
can
the
still
air.
do it
That
if you
doesn't
want
mean
to.
that if I come out with a game request, they have to fulfill it. They could tell
But
me
they
no.
would, and they still would. Even if they tell you, you can still release it. There is no issues in the matter. How many companies have released multiple games without having to worry about Sony?
Because it's a non-compete.
example-
Because Sony has to give you in-depth look of how their systems work and how their games are presented and how the quality of their games are. Meaning that if you use their style and their, expertise on how to make the games, that they obviously give
There's
you
no
resource
style and
tools and stuff.
expertise.
Okay.
There is no style and expertise by Sony. It's the style and expertise comes from Santa Monica Studio. Sony is not the one working on the development.
Yeah, but you don't think that they're getting money from Sony to go get research elements and stuff like that, and they can't take those research elements and tools and put them into different projects later on in life? That's where it comes into the non-compete.
That's the gaming company, not the publisher.
Why do you think it takes for so long for those publishers to get out, or not the publishers, but the developers to get out and to make their own game? And why do you think that the ones that get out 9 times out of 10 make their own game? It's because they went through that already and they found out that they couldn't do shit for a while.
What I am trying to tell you, they can still make their own game if they want to. Thing is, if you're doing, for example, for Sony, right? If you work for Sony and you make a game, you want this game to be released. For example, if you want this game to be on PlayStation 2, PlayStation 5, whatever, you need to have Sony's approval. Otherwise, you can never release it on those platforms.
See,
Right?
Bungie.
Let's say you work for Microsoft.
Mhm.
If you work for Microsoft, okay? So in your case, Halo Studios, right?
Yep.
So you work for Microsoft, you want to release a game. Microsoft owns how many platforms?
Like 50 of them.
Great. What are the most important platforms that Microsoft owns?
Like 25 of them.
What are they? The three most important that Microsoft owns.
Activision, Blizzard, and fucking Bethesda.
No, platforms, Mikey, platforms.
Xbox or PC.
Great. There you go. PC and Xbox are the two most important that Microsoft owns. Right?
No,
So if
mobile
you're a
is
company-
now. Mobile is now because they do the cloud shit.
Well, great. Mobile is also there, but the two most important are Xbox and PC.
Yeah.
Those are the two most important ones that they own. So if I want to release a game, I'm a developer and I'm a subsidiary of Microsoft. I make a game. Where would I want it to go? I want it to be on PC. I want it to be on Xbox. Unless I have the approval of my parent company, I can't.
Yeah. So now you can't make
But
that
I
game.
can exactly, but that's not a non-compete. That's just because I cannot make that game and release it on the company that is owned by the parent company. They're owned by them. I
So
can't
that
do
means
anything
that-
about it. But if I wanted to release it on Mac, which nobody's gonna play because it's Mac, I can. If I wanted to release it on PlayStation 2, that would be a conflict. Why? Because there's a conflict between Xbox and PlayStation. That would be a bad view towards the parent company. It's not a non-compete. You still have the freedom to do that. The problem is you're very limited because the companies that are these publishers, they're massive. They
If you do
own
that shit,
the
you're fucking not
platforms.
getting. You're not getting paid. You're
Ta-da!
You're not
Okay,
getting money.
so you don't need a no compete because you cannot compete. If
That's
you work
a part
for
of the
Microsoft,
contract,
if you
though.
work for Sony, it's not part of the contract. No compete in a contract means you cannot make a game to compete with their game
So why
of the
would you?
same
Why would
stuff
Sony
for
invest?
Sony.
Why would Sony invest into a company to make a game that they are capable of making with another studio that's in house, and they don't have to fucking pay it out?
What?
I'm missing a gun.
Sony does not have an in-game a studio, an in-house studio. I've said this 6 times.
I thought Naughty
They
Dog
have
was
a
an in-house
subsidiary-
studio.
Naughty Dog was a game development studio. Sony Interactive Entertainment is a publisher.
Yes, I thought it was an
Because you
in-house
hire a
studio
company-
because
What's
they
an
only
in-house
they only make Sony exclusive content. Everybody knows that if you make Sony games for Sony Interactive,
doesn't mean-
you're going to be on an exclusivity contract. That's what it
Yeah,
is.
that doesn't mean you're an in-house. It means that is your contract. You signed a contract to make that and only that.
You're in-house.
You chose to sign that contract.
You're in the house of Sony Interactive Entertainment's network of gaming. That is what your house is.
That's not what in-house is. In-house means you are in Sony Interactive Entertainment, as in you belong to Sony Interactive Entertainment Company, the parent.
Yes.
That's what in-house is. You don't. You're a subsidiary company.
Okay.
A subsidiary doesn't mean in-house. It means subsidiary. It's a different company. You just signed that contract because that contract seems to be the one that interests you. Seems to be interesting for you. 'Cause
But
that's
if you
what
don't
want.
sign
That's
that-
maybe
But if you go against that contract and you make a
You
game
don't
that's
work with
not
them.
in that contract, then you're not making money with that company no more. So you lose your biggest contract. So who do you go with next? You go to the next biggest company. That's what they do. So in that case,
I don't
you
get
cannot compete. It's a non-compete that they have
But
to
that's
sign.
not a non-compete. That's not what a non-compete is, Mikey.
They
A
can't take the
non-compete
stuff
means
that they
I cannot
learn.
work
They cannot take and learn the stuff from Sony and then go over
and
to
go to
Microsoft.
Microsoft.
and start
Exactly.
getting
That's what a
funding.
non-compete is.
But they're doing that though. They're not going to just make their own game. You know how expensive that shit is?
Mikey, they cannot effectively do that. A gaming company, if you're signing with PlayStation, right? So with Sony, you're not signing with Xbox. It is so rare for both platforms to accept a shared sponsorship of a game. How many games do you know that are both on PlayStation and on Xbox at once?
Third parties.
How
That's
many
pretty
games?
much it. It's only third parties.
Like the point is that you can't, if you sign with Sony, right, you're signing an exclusivity with Sony, you cannot go to work with Microsoft. That's the non-compete, but that's fairly fucking obvious. The non-compete that we're talking about is the one with yourself. If I sign with Sony and I want to make a video game, okay, I am pretty much stuck with either PlayStation or any company that's not Microsoft. Let's put it that way. That's what really matters.
No,
to
you
them.
can't go
Don't
work with
Xbox.
Nintendo neither. They compete with Nintendo. You can't go with Oculus. You can't go with anything that takes eyes off of PlayStation. Because PlayStation owns it.
Basically, but it's not really that.
So
much
that means
responsibility.
that you're very limited and you cannot compete
You're
with other
limited.
PlayStation.
But but the thing is, of course, you are limited, but that's how it would work.
Yeah, that means that you would
It's
not
not
be
really-
able to compete with I mean, it's okay. I get what you're saying, but you're not getting what I'm saying.
I am getting what you're saying, but we're talking legality here. A non-compete is not something that you sign with your own company. A non-compete is something that, as long as you're
They
working
have to
for
sign
me
it. They
and
have to sign it with
a
Sony.
certain,
That's my
yes,
whole
and a
point.
certain, the whole point is you are still able to make whatever games you want.
Yeah, but you
That's the
have to sign it
non-compete.
with Sony. If Sony doesn't
course.
approve of it, and if you go and make your own game without Sony's approval, they will stop and cease all funding and all lights will be turned off. Your
Yes,
game development will be
agreed.
dissolved. So that means effectively you cannot compete against Sony when you're working with Sony or Microsoft when you're working with Microsoft. They make you sign a
Of course,
non-compete.
That's what I'm trying. That's what I've been saying. That's the non-compete that we were talking about before. Isn't this the legality of the non-compete? Isn't I signed a non-compete to compare with my own company, my gaming studio.
No,
I'm
that's
my own gaming studio.
No, my whole thing was that if they're their own gaming studio, then that means that if Sony is trying to make them not make any games because they're their own store, that's like me being my own LLC and my boss telling me that I can't take other work. I would tell him to piss off. I do whatever the fuck I want. I'm my own company.
That's exactly what it is.
But
If you have a boss, and your boss tells you you cannot go and work for that company, you're not going to work for that company, or else you're fired.
yeah,
Okay.
but
That
if my
is-
boss, but my boss isn't my boss. So if I wanted to go take that work on for my company, yeah, I own my own company. So my boss is like my GC. So my
you
GC
either have a
is
boss or you don't.
he's my boss in retro. I mean, every term is set. He doesn't, I mean, he even signs my paycheck. So yeah,
So you're not the owner of your company.
I
You're
am.
a subsidiary.
I am an owner of my company. I have to pay my own tax.
You are a
I have to do everything.
subsidiary. Your company is a subsidiary to another company.
No. I'm just contracted to work with him.
You're contracted. So
Yes.
you are contracted. Okay, so you belong in a certain sense to the parent company. You're a subsidiary to that company. You're contracted to them. It means if the guy says you can't go and work for that other company, you can't go and work for that other company, or else you terminate the work.
Nah, that's not what that means. Unless I sign that, yeah. But yeah, that's not what that means necessarily. I can do whatever work I want and it's not his business. I don't even have to report it to him because I'm my own company. When I'm a subsidiary, it's something completely different. That means that they
That's what I'm
own
trying to
that.
say.
That means they own your ass legally, and you can't go nowhere. They made you non-competing. I never signed a non-compete, meaning I could go compete with my boss like right now, but it's not the moral thing to do.
It's not about moral thing to do. It's about what money you can make.
Oh yeah, you can
And
make a
if
lot of
have a
fucking money,
contract,
but it's just not
Okay,
morally right.
it's-
You just don't do stuff like that.
You can do stuff like that any way you want, but your boss will fire you for it anyways, whether you signed it on.
No, but if he, yeah, of course, but it wouldn't matter because I took all his work. I was gonna
yeah,
quit
exactly.
anyway.
It wouldn't matter. You can do whatever you want. That's a different concept. What I'm trying to say, what I've been trying to say from the beginning is, you did not sign a non-compete with your own company. You're the owner of your own company. What the fuck does that mean? You're not gonna compete with yourself?
No, I
You-
didn't
the
sign a.
non-compete.
I didn't sign a non-compete when I signed on to do contractual work for this guy. So when I did
Okay.
contractual work for this guy, I did not sign in the paperwork that I could not compete with his company.
Okay. You are allowed to go and do another job now.
Yes, I'm allowed to go
Okay.
do. So in retrospect,
No, no,
if
no.
if
No,
I'm
no,
working
pause,
for
pause. You
Sony,
didn't
I'm
understand what
allowed
I
to go
said.
work for Microsoft for a little bit.
No, pause. That's not what I'm talking about. You, Mikey, what is your job right now? What is the main thing that you do?
I mean, right now is like pretty much assemble shit. That's all I am really, is like a
Okay,
professional assembler.
okay. So your main job is assembly, right? So you just assemble shit. You right now are allowed to go morally, if you prefer, right, and work at a cashier shop too.
Mm-hmm.
It does not compete with yourself, does it?
No,
Has nothing to do with it. Okay, perfect. That's what I'm trying to say.
but
The
I didn't
gaming
sign a
studio,
contract with myself neither. I
whether
signed a
you
contract.
whether you sign exactly.
I never
whether you
signed a
sign
contract
or not doesn't matter.
No, I never signed a contract by myself. So how can I, compete with myself if I'm never signing a contract with myself in the first place? I'm just doing the
That's
job.
not what we're trying to say. That's not what we're trying to say. I'm trying to talk about the legality of the non-compete. When you sign the non-compete, it means you're signing to not compete with Sony as in regards to making a game and going to Microsoft, not as in you cannot make your own games in your own company. The difficulty isn't, oh, I can't make my own game in my company. No, the difficulty is
Okay.
I can make a lot of
One
games
more-
in my company. I just cannot publish them anywhere because it's hard to find places where I could publish it that does not compromise my relationship with Sony.
Hold
Because
on,
the
just
other
'cause-
companies,
Just because I'm
Yeah.
streaming this, I have one last thing that I have to add to that. Like,
sure.
okay, so I don't know if you heard of this guy named Louder with Crowder or not, but most of the people that's going to be watching
Sorry?
this will. The guy Crowder, Steven Crowder, I don't know if you ever heard of him or not. But
Yes, Crowder, yeah.
he had a guy on his show called Not Gay Jared. And he made Not Gay Jared sign a non-compete. Not Gay Jared is not allowed to make any comedy. He is not allowed to make his own shows or anything under that non-compete. So that
don't
is
know
what a
what
non-compete
that
can cover. You know what I'm saying? The grounds that it can
Yes,
cover. It can go as extensive as you can.
Jerry is.
Not Gay Jared was his like co-host that got him somewhat popping. He was like the reason why most people know his name. And he made him sign a non-compete to where nobody can know his name anymore. You're not allowed,
Okay,
he's
yeah,
not allowed to do shows, he's not allowed to do anything with his own channel, his own brand, his own name. He can't do anything because Crowder owns all that and won't release it.
Okay, well, here's the thing, right? Does he still work for Crowder?
No.
Okay, then in what world that legality of the document is still going?
Because Crowder can still sue him because he signed that non-compete clause for a certain
How
amount
long
of,
is that non-compete? Exactly, for a
it's a
certain amount of time.
That's why you start seeing developers making their own game after that non-compete ends. That's why Microsoft or Bungie left Microsoft in the first place.
Great.
Because they couldn't
Here,
make the
let me-
games
let me
they
repeat
actually
what I
wanted to
said.
make.
Let me repeat what I said. You, as a company, can start developing any video game you want within your company, and nobody can stop you. The problem is at release. Okay, that's where the non-compete comes in. You're not signing a non-compete where you cannot make video games. The non-compete is you cannot publish the video games. Why? Because if you work for Sony, unless you publish with Sony, so PlayStation, right? You have nowhere else to go because PC and Xbox are owned by Microsoft. You cannot publish with them because you would compete with Sony, right? Anywhere else you try to publish, you would be competing with Sony. So the misconception is when people say, "Oh, video game companies, game development companies cannot make their own video games." That's not true. They can make all the video games they fucking want. The problem is they cannot release it. So they just find themselves in an impasse where they're like, is it even worth putting effort into this video game if I cannot release it? They would try to pitch it to Sony, and maybe Sony says like, we're not interested in this. Then they can still make the video game, but it would be in the back burner. Because why would they work on that? They're not going to be able to publish it unless they leave Sony. That's where the issue starts. That's where the issue is. But once they leave Sony, they can just pull that video game that they already created and go straight to Microsoft and be like, hey guys, we did this video game.
That's what winds up
What's
happening
the-
9 times out of 10.
Yeah, that's exactly the thing. It's like at the end of the day, though, what really matters now is video game companies are they're being kind of forced into the whole I make a game, I make a demo, I go to a publisher, and then I get the money from them. But now they're stuck because they have to work for that, and it's not what's happening anymore. Like that's just not what is good for video games. If you're making video games thinking about all the amount of money that you need and all the amount of money that you want to make and all of this stuff, your games are not gonna come out. They're just gonna be a shit show always.
Yeah, but
And they're
that's
gonna
why
be owned by
people want to
people
make
that-
games to make money.
Yeah, people want. No, that's not why people want to make games. That's not the original. Nobody sitting there in the development studio is like his first idea was like, I want to make video games because I want to be rich. Because you're not like you don't get paid that well.
Well, it's a mixture
Especially
of
if you're-
multiple things, but the main
Yeah.
thing is money.
No,
Like-
the main thing is passion for video games. The problem is when money comes in. That's when you're like, yeah, I have these bills to pay. Yeah, I have these things to do. Yeah, I have these. But everybody started like everyone just hop onto Dev League, hop onto I don't fucking know the name of the other server I'm in. I keep forgetting the fucking name of it. You can hop into these server and look at the conversations that they're having on a daily basis. Right, Game Dev League and Unreal Source. These two I'm in, and they have like they have people that work in Rockstar, Ubisoft, people that worked in Blizzard, really amazing people in these servers.
Mhm.
And I've spoken to quite a few of them. I've spoken to one guy that worked with Rockstar. I've had a guy that worked with fuck me, what is he? What is that company?
That company.
Oh fuck sakes. Give me a second. It's not coming to mind. Wait, was it Rockstar? This the guy from Rockstar? No, the guy from Rockstar is the one that worked on the art that I met. He taught me a little bit about Blender 3D. He was doing a really cool 3D Fox that he was making on his own personal project. He was having fun with it. No, the other guy was a sound engineer, and he worked for Rockstar. I can't remember. There's a famous game development studio, but I can't remember.
It'd be like that sometimes.
I just can't remember. If it comes to mind, I'll tell you right away. He's the one that made me the little shitty soundtrack from Angry Antonio. He made it there on the spot. He just came into the chat in the room, and he was sitting there, and I was like, I'm trying to figure out how to do this stuff. I'm just talking about like random shit, and he's like sitting there, he's having fun, and he's like, I'm kind of bored, guys. What can anybody want some soundtracks or something? I was like, I mean, I'm doing this game. Do you feel like having fun and doing something? He's like, yeah, what's the game about? So I tell him about it. He's like, oh, that sounds really fun. You know, the Angry Antonio, the platformer one. And he's like, okay, what can we do for it? And I'm like, I don't know. What do you ever feel like? I'm thinking about Italian, and he's angry because he's throwing pizza. He's like, okay, do we have an Italian song that would fit? He's like, give me an idea. And I was like, I gave him the tarantella, which is the Italian tarantella. And he's like, I got this. Disappears 5 minutes after, comes back with this little soundtrack, and it's fantastic.
That's fucking awesome.
It's awesome. They're fucking awesome, man. Like, they're genuinely cool people. When first I started and I got in, I immediately asked, like, is there anybody here that could teach me how to do video game development? I want to create a game. And people started mocking me right away. They're like, yeah, it's very easy to develop video games and stuff like that. Until I said, like, I'm sorry, I did not want to come off as an asshole. I genuinely just want somebody to give me some pointers or something to know where to start, because I have never done this. Immediately, their attitude changed from mocking me to sending me all kinds of fucking links with tutorials, where to go, what videos to watch, how to start, go on Unreal. This is how you start. Download Unreal Engine 5. Get this. This is where you practice the first. And then I sent Glenn the first practice mini game that I did. You remember? Glenn?
Hmm?
You remember the first practice mini game that I sent you? The one where you hop on the...
Oh yeah.
Yeah. This is literally it. Like in an instant, from going to mocking me, because they thought like, oh, this is the typical guy who's gonna come in and try to think like he can do a video game, to seeing that somebody wants to learn something, attitude 180 attitude instantly, immediately. They were sending me all kinds of links to learn.
That's
Like, there are
good though.
people with a lot of passion. It is. It's so good. There's a lot of people with passion,
Gene
but
Stillers.
then money fucks with them.
Or just a lictor. Lictor.
No, seriously though, if you want a good community to be in, a fun community, I recommend you joining. They're really nice people. Like, seriously nice people.
I can see myself doing something like that one day too.
You're not even listening to me anymore.
I did. I was listening to you.
You're not even listening to me. You don't love me anymore. Why is our
Shut up,
relationship so
Tony.
Shit?
Shut
Are
up.
you
Joe.
cheating on me?
Yes.
Is that it?
This sexy ass white bitch named Amanda.
Aw, come on, dude. She's white and a girl.
No. But I'm gay for that pussy.
That's kind of gay, bro. You could have chosen Glenn.
Amanda, shut up. I
Why is
heard
Glenn
you.
not talking? I don't like it. I don't like when Glenn doesn't talk. It's creepy.
How's it creepy?
When he doesn't talk, it feels like he's coming up with a master plot for world domination or something.
He's trying to distract you from our plans.
I ain't a cat. Oh,
Yes, you are.
no.
A psychopathic cat, though.
He said I'm not a cat.
You're a fucking pussy.
Vagina.
Vagina?
I don't like that word pussy.
Vagina.
It makes me think of pus for some reason. Tell me you don't get that same vibe.
You're funny.
Yeah, that's why I like using the word cute. I think it's a funnier name. Or a cooler name than pussy. You wanna fuck this puss hole? That's the only thing I hear when they say that shit.
The bus bus.
The puss puss. There's something really wrong with me.
Well, we know that.
I went full retard. You never go full retard.
Do you go anything else?
Amanda, where'd you get those corn dogs? Why don't I have one in my mouth?
The freezer because you were gonna eat
Oh. You put a corn dog in my mouth?
Oh, it fell.
Come on, just put a little bit in my mouth, just a tip.
You already ate.
Man, why are you lying? I was sitting here the whole time. You did not eat the tip. You liar! Look at
Said it
that
was your
jeans.
tip.
Look at that lictor right there. This son of a bitch had me fighting him for like an hour in the game. They have a medium-sized plate because he's a medium-sized plate. Got a lictor. Mom, 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 mommy. Are you gonna snap when she does that to you eventually?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna not snap on my daughter.
Right now, I'm wondering what kind of trauma came after this girl was taking revenge because she had to leave a Pilates class because she went to go put one leg, like
The fuck
one
are you
leg over
talking
the
about?
other. She put one leg over the other, and like she started bawling, crying. There's trauma in there.
Trauma.
Like,
The fuck do you mean trauma?
she did a yoga move and started like crying.
So that's trauma.
Hello.
She got some kind of trauma in there. Opens up.
Hey
there.
Tony.
What trauma?
Some kid ate a piece of diaper, I guess, and got traumatic from it. What did
What?
happen? No, say it, because Tony was trying to ask me. I'm kind of put some plastic together.
What trauma?
He's asking what trauma.
That's the big question.
Huh?
That's the big question.
So what are they claiming
The
as trauma?
Pilates move. She put one leg over the other, and she started bawling, crying. And people are like, "Oh my gosh! Like, yeah, you can like have trauma in any part of your body." What does that mean? Mean your hips have trauma? What the fuck?
Yes, your hips can. I guess that yeah.
What if
Yeah.
you have to like walk with a cane the rest of your life? Is that body trauma? Like, I'm confused.
You're
What
thinking
is
of
the
the wrong
synonym for
word,
trauma.
or you're thinking of
What is the
the
synonym
wrong
for trauma?
use of the word trauma.
I'm asking for a synonym.
No, you're using the word in the sense of an experience and not like sustaining damage.
What a trauma is? Sustaining damage.
Yeah, it could be psychological or physical. And what you're thinking of is the psychological when you're applying it like that. What's so
Okay, Bill
traumatic
Nye.
about it? But the physical part is the trauma that it put on her body, meaning that the stress or the what do you call it? Damage. That's why when you go
Of
to
being relaxed.
that's why when they call it trauma patient or some shit like that. I forget what they call it.
I'm so confused.
She said that this girl that put one leg over another while doing Pilates in the class started crying, and the comments of people are saying there's trauma in her body.
No, that's what she said. She's like, "There's trauma in there." I don't get it.
Was she laying on her back and her legs were up in the air?
I don't know.
Well, ask Amanda.
Was she laying on her back and was her legs up in the air? She said, I don't think so, and looked at me concerned.
I don't fucking know.
Anyway,
Oh well.
really, what are you gonna be for Halloween?
Good dad.
Back to more important subjects. So, Glenn, what stupid thing are you doing?
You were
now?
supposed to say, "I don't know." And I was gonna say,
I'm just playing it.
You're just playing? What are you playing?
Hello?
What are you doing on Fallout, Glenn?
He is walking in the wasteland somewhere looking for resources so he can add it to his camp so
No.
he can build.
No, I'm walking around shooting people.
So you became a terrorist, Glenn. See, I had high
See?
hopes.
No, no.
See? That's lazy development right there.
Oh my god.
Why? Why?
Fallout is full of lazy development. Such a
See
bad
this Tyranid that I'm building right
kinda
now.
is, to a certain degree. That's why we need freaking mods.
Yes.
I mean, you can't.
game. When,
I mean,
when you
Preach,
want
brother.
to disagree, but you really can't because the facts speak against you.
Yes.
To the point where you're like, fuck.
yeah, I mean, it's not lazy development. I mean, I do have to supplement the game with like, I don't know, like 90 mods or
Yeah.
something, but
6
it's not
pages of
lazy.
mods.
It's not lazy development.
Supplement the game with 90 mods or something like that. That's crazy.
It's not. Many people have played it with even more mods on, so.
See, I like putting these Tyranids together. It took me no time to put these bitches together. And them fucking Space Marines and shit. Oh no, I'm not looking forward to that. Not at all. Ooh, don't bend on me now.
Why don't you like it when it bends?
No, I like it when it just slots in perfectly, like it was meant for that hole.
Either your penis is small, or Amanda's vagina is the Grand Canyon.
No, I just have a small penis.
Fair.
It's a grower, not a shower. Don't laugh, Amanda.
Mine is a grower, not a shower.
That's not funny and real.
Mine is a bathtub,
Huh?
not a shower.
That's not funny and real.
Oh, you saw funny reel.
Hmm?
Yeah, okay. Started laughing when I said it's a grower, not a shower.
So, Glenn,
Yeah.
what do you think about Bethesda as a gaming company?
It tastes like cheese. Too much is
That's
enough.
one way to describe it.
They're an amazing company.
Mm-hmm. Tell me more.
The only thing that's gotta start doing is, releasing games.
Yeah, right?
That's not gonna
That would make, make them really good, really good.
A really good company if they release, Elder Scrolls 6 after I've had like maybe 4 or 5 apartment changes, moved to a whole different region, fucking had a kid.
Damn.
You even heard about the Asmongold meme?
Nah.
Asmongold cleaned his room before GTA 6 has been released.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Everyone's like memeing about that. Like he's doing it himself, but fucking Jesus, it was nasty as fucking sink. He
Oh,
actually
yeah.
said it himself.
It looked like a
People-
cesspool.
Dude, it was so fucking bad. But
I
when he
watch
actually took
Asmongold. That man's funny.
like when it's like a before and after, people responded to him like, I didn't even know your sink was white. Like, I mean, when you have that kind of reaction from people, I mean, that's bad, like, I mean, Jesus, like the water was like so fucking nasty as well. It was like freaking brown, and it has a whole bunch of plates in it, and there was like a knife in it as well for like cutting whatever, and it was straight up a spider just chilling on that knife, just chilling.
Is there a video?
Yeah, he actually made a whole video about it. He posted it online on his
YouTube
thing as
channel.
well.
Yeah.
Like he first posted it online on like his Twitter or whatever of
Or on
before
the-
and after. But he's still busy doing it. He's doing it himself though. He's not actually hiring anyone. He's doing it himself. Because he's like, I gotta do this myself. It's my own, it's my own shit. Like, at least can still respect him for that. But the amount of shit that he had was like fucking crazy.
Well, can you send me the link to that video?
Yeah, I have to look it up.
Very nice.
But you actually heard about the as well about Superman though. I don't know if
Mm-mm.
it's still true.
Oh, with Henry
But
Cavill?
no, of who rumored of who would be playing the next Superman.
Oh no, I didn't
No.
hear anything about that yet.
Apparently, Will Smith.
Oh fucking man.
Yeah, like apparently, but
That was a great joke. Next time, don't give us blue balls.
no, actually, there's trailers for it as well, apparently and stuff.
Oh
Come on,
my
no.
god.
Yeah, like if you look it up,
Come
like,
on.
What has this
There's-
world come to?
but he actually has responded before, like way back, like because he has been asked before to play Superman.
Mm-hmm.
Like when it was Superman 3, like the old versions. But he responded with saying like he didn't want to play Superman because he didn't want to fuck up white people's superhero. Like, what the fuck?
There you
Like,
go, babe.
it's quite,
Scale
it's
difference.
quite weird.
You know what?
But yeah, it actually is.
will only-
I thought, like,
I will
people are
only
talking about it.
accept Will Smith as Superman if they make Chris Rock play Lex Luthor.
He can't play Superman, no. He was already Hancock.
Doesn't matter. I will accept him as
In the
Superman if
universe.
they let Chris Rock be Lex Luthor. That's the only way I'm accepting this.
But that's why he played Hancock, though. He wanted to be superhero, but he didn't want to be Superman. 'Cause he didn't want to mess with white people's, like
Also-
superhero. So I was like,
Also,
what
it's
the fuck?
basically impossible because he played Deadeye.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
in the same DC universe, I was
yeah, like
it's just not gonna.
like Hancock is fine. You know, it's a different
Yeah.
thing. But like that's completely just separate thing. But
Mhm.
I mean, if you play Deadshot, you can't really play freaking Superman. You know. But yeah, like, I mean, the fact that they actually asked him before, that's just fucking wild, you know. The fact that they actually asked him, because he actually made a statement about that, like that statement he made.
Well, apparently everything in the posts or everything in the movies that we've seen before is non-canon in this universe. It's James Gunn's universe.
Yeah, yeah. But it still should be though. But yeah.
It's like how they did Halo. It's its own universe
I mean,
within the
actually,
universe.
it wouldn't make sense though. Them complaining, like saying, "Oh, it's not canon." This one, when they
Yeah.
use the same actor for Amanda Waller. It's like, okay, so it's not the same. So it's not canon. Yet you want the same actor for.
It's
said
because the
character.
director's woke and he's trying to make everybody that works for him a certain way. He wants to
No,
rebrand Superman as a black man. He's already put it out in articles. He said it's time that Superman is no longer a white man.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible with the whole different dimension, like multiverse shit, but
I mean,
mean-
yeah, if you have Miles
But-
Morales also, so why wouldn't you have a black Superman? That's fine, but we also know that as Black Adam, so.
Yeah, but they don't care about
making.
making original characters. They care about virtue signaling to try to make money.
yeah, I mean, but then we can also go make freaking Black Panther be white guy as well. You know?
Yeah.
It's multiverse thing. It's fine. You know?
Yeah, I honestly, I would
Yeah.
never change.
It was like
Black Panther's
Mowgli instead of like
character.
Lion King. You know, it was the white man that got stuck with the Negroes and turned into a brother. He became their
I mean,
king.
I don't like it either way. I don't want Black Panther to become a white guy. I don't
I
want
know.
Superman to
No, I
be a
wouldn't.
black guy. Like it's not their character, you know. Like it's like Iron Man randomly like I'm a black guy now.
You know
I'm
how
an Asian guy.
you know how a white man
Black
became Black Panther?
guy.
You know how a white man became Black Panther? He went down to the nearest hood in Harlem and he just shouted out the N-word and they made him their king.
Mhm.
Wait, what? Wait. Say that again.
He went to Harlem, New York and screamed
Yeah.
out the N-word as loud as he could and then the black people made him their king.
Okay, but how does that make?
Because then he went back to Wakanda and he became the
Uh,
king of all black people.
so what?
Wakanda forever.
Sounds like a good white spinoff of.
Nah, dude. I mean, if Black Panther just wants to become white, he should just take a shower. He'll be fine.
Oh my god. I did not know this
Yeah.
type of racism lived inside of Glenn.
You should do it. He has all kinds of racism.
I mean, dude, I grew up with shit, dude. Here, I mean, come on.
Yeah, I know it.
So,
The whole world don't like niggas.
You know, like,
nah, we got a whole
some of them are
holiday
nice.
dedicated to them. So,
Some of them are really nice. I don't know. What
Some of them are really nice. But the most of them are dicks.
Well, yeah,
that's
nobody
you,
likes them.
although,
Nobody
but,
likes, you know. Are you streaming?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh. He said, oh. Well, I'm canceled.
Hey, no, I didn't say anything wrong. I said some of them are nice.
What do you
But
mean?
we all agree
then?
that there's a difference between inners, between ninjas. There you go, ninjas I can use. There's a difference between ninjas and black people.
Black community calls them ignorance.
Ignorance. There you go. Tried so hard and got so far.
Because we're not allowed to say the N word on YouTube.
Allahu Akbar.
We're not reviving him.
by the way, Tony, you should look up at the video at 050.
Oh, 1 sec, because I need.
Did you see that fucking Fortnite video reel of the guy that was speaking Arabic and he was saying the Allahu Akbar prayer and then he crashed his helicopter into the ground and everybody was like, we're not resting him. Oh my god, that shit was hilarious. He said it just like Tony did the other day. And then he blew it up.
Yeah, most black people are contractors. They usually work in demolition.
Tony,
Yeah.
so have you ever been to Lebanon?
What?
I was asking if you've ever been to Lebanon.
If I've ever been to Lebanon?
Yes.
No, you never has.
Do you
No.
do you not listen to me when I talk to you?
You probably told me a long time ago.
Told you a long time ago.
I know you lived in
We
Lebanon.
had full-on
I
conversations.
know it was a
but what the
4-hour
fuck?
debate, Tony. It was a 4-hour debate. How can I
And
not
in the
remember?
4 hours, you did not notice?
No, I did not notice that you were Lebanese.
Oh my! I am so sorry for Amanda. I am genuinely sorry for Amanda. Like the amount of time she probably tells him to do something or tells him things, and he just like, like, bro, I grew up in Lebanon.
Yeah, I know.
I know he knows.
Tony, I knew the whole
Allahu
time.
Akbar, Allahu Muhammadun Rasulullah sallallahu
I was
sallam.
saying it because you're on stream and
Mashallah.
people don't know you.
And I am not even Muslim, but right now the only right religion is Islam, I swear to Allah. Because the sheer patience that is needed to deal with this kafir ibn Akhu Alaf Sharamota is this.
I feel like you made up some of those words.
Not a single word was made up. I hope some Arabic people see this and leave you a comment.
That'd be
Fucking
funny.
hell, dude.
No, Tony, I'm just saying it because the people don't know that who you are really, and I was just saying it. So
Well,
we
you want to
can.
make sure that nobody cancels me because that way they know that I'm half Arabic?
Yes.
That's fine. I mean, I'm half Arabic, half Italian. I literally own the N-word pass, so it's fine.
All I was doing was trying to protect your ass. You over here making me out to be some type of forgetful idiot.
You are a forgetful idiot.
Only on Wednesdays, bro, and it's currently Tuesday.
Is it Tuesday?
No, it's Wednesday now.
Uh-huh.
It's like 3 in the morning, I think. Yeah, it's 3:35 in the morning.
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again.
Chicken nuggets and French fries.
I could go with some fried food right now, not gonna lie. Frickin'
I can go with some mud butt.
chips.
That's pretty
Sorry,
much
what?
what you just said.
I'm sorry, what?
So that's pretty much what you just said.
What did I just say?
I can go for some mud butt.
Mud butt.
Do I even want to know what that is?
I have no, I don't even.
Mud butt is what you call diarrhea.
Why would fried food give me diarrhea?
Why would it not?
Because it's fried food. It's not.
Yeah, fried food gives everybody diarrhea.
No,
No, does it? I've never gotten diarrhea from fried food.
I get it all the time from fried food.
Yeah, but you're special.
It's not special. He's black.
I knew that was about to come. Something told me I didn't hear it already. I'm about to hear it in a second. I was about to talk, and then damn, you just smacked me in the face. As soon as I went to go say something.
Get smacked by the blackness.
Out of blackness.
Smacked by the darkness. Mashallah. Ya Allah. Ooh, I just feel like listening to a specific song now. Hold on.
Make it
An
like
actual
that.
Greek song.
Man, I got penguin appendicitis. You know what that means? I like to huddle up with them eggs.
this lady tricked her kids. So, you know the Ferrero Rocher chocolates? She took Brussels sprouts, rubbed it in the chocolate, put it in the fridge, and then put it in the Ferrero Rocher wrappers. Give to her kids. So when they bit it, it was just like chocolate Brussels sprouts.
Ew.
Yeah.
Something wrong with this chocolate, dude. It's green. Did mom give us some edible? Oh my god, are we high?
What the fuck?
Nah, my girl said. I mean, that's what people would think.
What?
My girl said that these kids' mom fucking disguised their Brussels sprouts as chocolate and put it in a wrapper. And I was like reenacting the kids finding out that their chocolate was Brussels sprouts. And I'm like, oh shit, I bit into the chocolate and the inside's green. Did mom give me an edible? Are we high? Oh man.
Want to take a quiz?
So did you see the picture?
Picture.
Yeah, of Asmon as a.
No, not yet. Not yet. I'm in a dungeon. So once I'm done with the dungeon, I'll watch the video.
An asshole.
I've got 3 dungeons to do now. I need to do those, and then I can watch the video fully.
Where'd you put the empty ones? Huh?
I don't know.
feel like I'm missing something.
Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What's love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Hurt me. Baby, don't hurt me. Dancer, it's a show companion. You can feel it everywhere. Even where the cups as we go around the corners. In the air. Passion. It's a passion. Oh. Oh crap.
Annika, you walk the dog. Still on stream. I just realized we ain't walked her at 1.
Yeah, poor dog. Bird. No, what?
Did our doing addition to the pain in the ass team piss?
I don't know, but
Good job, dog. Good job, doggy. I ought to give you a piece of jerky. If you already didn't have fucking diarrhea.
yeah, she
I think this is supposed to sit in here smoother. What the fuck is
wouldn't give her any more water tonight.
Nope.
Definitely after she goes out in the morning.
Okay. Oh, damn it. I feel like we're fucking missing some steps.
Sometimes I think how tough life can be, and then I remember that at least I'm not black.
That just had to come out.
I can't just let you have a full day without, some blatant racism. God forbid.
I appreciate that.
Oh,
Of course,
oh, what are we talking about?
Huh? Blatant
Oh.
racism.
How Tony is just going to continue being racist. He hasn't learned from the error of his
so
ways.
normal topic. Just a normal topic.
Always, bro.
Topic.
Yeah. Just
Yeah.
normal shit.
Always.
Normal Tuesday in the office.
Yep. Or Wednesday.
Yep, Wednesday.
I mean, it doesn't have to be at the office. It can just be anywhere.
Exactly. Alright.
Oh, I'm so flabbergasted on how this is supposed to go.
Please don't be flabbergasted. It's awkward.
And I got the headset right. Definitely got the right glue. Shit's fucked.
I knew you want to say it.
Son of a whore.
Round and round we go. Remember you say, this is the rhythm of the night. All night. Oh yeah. The rhythm of the night. This is the rhythm of my life. My life. Oh yeah. The rhythm of the life. Of my life. Life. Oh yeah. The rhythm of the life. Just the rhythm of the life. Yeah. The rhythm of the life.
What the freaking hell? Jesus.
What?
World of Warcraft is selling a $90 mount. What the fuck? $90 for a fucking mount? What?
Oh my god.
It's a fucking.
Woo!
So,
It's even a
what
fucking.
kind of...
Brutosaurus, the fucking Jesus, dude.
What kind of mount is it? Any
Traders,
good?
traders killed the Brutosaurus.
What a source?
Brutosaurus.
Sure.
Remember the mammoth one that had the traders? Yeah, the
Yeah.
saddle with the two traders. It's basically one of those, but I don't know how you call them. The plant ones, but the massive ones. Yeah, with the massive long necks. Yeah, the first one you get to see in Jurassic Park. You know, that big ass fucking dinosaur. I have no idea how they're called. Not really.
T-Rex.
Suckamedicosaurus?
Well, it's like one of those basically.
Is it a Suckamedicosaurus?
Yeah,
Nice.
but you know, like it's like one of those, and it's like, what the freaking hell, dude?
I don't-
For only $90, that's great.
Yeah,
That's a cash right there.
oh, oh, you have the auction house and the mail with you.
The directions made that overly complicated for no reason.
Like, so they're not even traders. You should just have a fucking auction house on your mount. and a postman.
They're just making it so that the game at this point you don't even need to move the same spot you're in. Just stay there.
Yeah, like its trap is the like strap is just like the saddle with two, that you can have two on the sides, but one side is an auction house and the other side is an actual tree, like postman basically. So you can just get off your mount, browse the auction house, go around the freaking mount, and then just collect your fucking thing. Basically. And only for $90,
Hey, for $90. That's a great price.
Obviously, Asmongold bought that.
Hmm?
He is the original one. So it's not even. It's a reskin. He has the original one. That's what he has.
Oh no.
It's a reskin.
Oh God.
Fuck, dude. A reskin of a mount.
For $90.
Oh, fucking Jesus. Dude, he just logged in. Not even 2 minutes later, some dude shows up with that fucking mount.
Oh,
Oh, no. No, 4 people showed up.
of course.
For a fucking reskin.
That's fucking ridiculous.
Oh, another one. 5 people. I already bought it.
Wait, did he get unbanned or something?
No, I don't think so.
Where are you watching him then?
He's still on YouTube.
Oh, fair.
It's separate. Fucking hell, dude. Fucking $90. I'll do. He already found 6 of them. He just stood there in storm and people just flocked to him with that mount. Fucking hell. Oh Jesus, he goes to Gold Shard. There's more of them over there. Jesus. People actively bought this fucking mount, like, by a lot of them, basically. Oh, fucking Jesus. All they did to this fucking mount is that they changed the green scale color on the neck. They changed the scales from green to a dark, like a dark gray, and the saddle is now gilded in gold with a couple of gems. That's it. That's what they did. $90.
Oh God damn.
And I don't know about you, but that sounds like a reasonable price for dumbassery.
Yeah, right.
Fucking hell, dude.
See, I keep telling you, pay to win is important because otherwise you don't make any money off these dumbasses. You know, that's the whole
That's
point.
the fucking issue, though. They're not even winning. Not even winning.
They're just paying. Oh.
It's an upgrade though. It's an upgrade because the original one just has a vendor. That one has a mailbox.
Ah,
It's an upgrade.
$90 for a mailbox that you can find anywhere in any city at any time.
Yeah, right.
then they say World of Warcraft players ain't stupid. Like,
Whoever said that, excuse me.
fucking hell. I deserve it because I'm not broke. What? What the fuck are these guys talking about, though? Apparently people bought the mount with gold. They're talking about the mount being worth gold,
Oh,
and they could guess how much some guy actually paid money for it in gold, right? Apparently.
yeah.
And they could guess how much he paid for that mount, gold-wise.
100K.
No.
More?
Yeah.
A million?
1.4.
1.4 mil?
Yeah.
Are you fucking crazy?
Yeah.
That's 10 month worth of gameplay through
Yeah,
tokens.
People were saying it like, oh, it's like 5 million. Some actual person responded, wasn't. It's not. It's 1.4 mil, not 5 mil.
Wow.
While he's actually on the mount. So
Jesus Christ. God, some people are just.
and he's sworn with fucking of these mounts in Goldshire. The middle part, it's fucking full of that fucking mount. Yeah, the between the two houses.
No.
So it's like, it's not 5 mil, it's 1.4 mil. Oh, you're getting cheaper, huh?
You got a discount, bro.
What the fuck, dude? Fucking hell. It's like I'll log on to my main account, right? My main character. Yeah, so you can go to the main city. Like, you know, like it spawns in, there's no one there. Meanwhile, Stormwind just flock to him.
Wait, what?
Like,
I don't understand.
well, he's like standing in Stormwind. He went to Goldshire, and there's like freaking everywhere. There's people. There's all these freaking people with this mount, right? It's like I'll go on my main account, you know, my main character, right? Because he's like in the different city, in the, like the new Stormwind, so to speak. You know, like Dalaran and whatever and stuff.
Yeah.
He logs in, and there was not a single person in the city. Like, what the fuck?
Game is dead, bro.
And then he actually flew a bit forward, and then they all spawned in at once. Oh. Fucking hell, dude. See, golf ain't shit in this game anymore, though. Who cares about gold when you just straight up go a couple million? Here you go. Yeah, like when you're paying $1 million for like some mount. Like, bro, come on.
I just got into this dungeon. I did fuck all. I died at the boss the first time. They finished the boss. I opened the loot box. I got the fucking end game bracelets that I need.
Fuck yeah.
So hard to get gear in this game, guys. So hard. It's so fucking hard that you need to pay to win. Holy shit. This is official. Anybody that pays to win in this game is an absolute fucking monkey.
Well, no, you see, no. You actually had somebody pay to win for you.
No. The guys in my team were undergeared compared to me.
No. But that is the tactic, though. Get somebody to do pay
Yes.
to win for you, so you don't actually do it for free. So you gotta actually do
Makes sense.
pay to win for free.
Makes very much sense. Somebody had to pay to win to be undergeared compared to me. Right. Yes.
Who
You like
knows?
this.
Who knows? I mean, they might get a mount as well over there, you know?
Yeah, right?
We like this. I'm telling you, we like this. We're all for this. This is great. Nothing like somebody that pays to win to be undergeared.
Yeah, right?
You know.
I'm not sure if you know, but some skills. I'm not sure if you know, but some skills are.
One of the first comments I read on the video. Yeah, Asmongold is like, how can Blizzard think this is okay to charge $90 for a mount? Logs on, immediately gets swarmed by people who purchased the mount. Oh, that's why. Like, it really is stupid though.
This fuck's sake.
What's up, Booba?
Enough is enough. Oh, yeah.
So,
Hmm.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces of my end game gear. Nice. I'm missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and technically 7. Wait, what the fuck was I crafting then? Ah, my weapon. Yeah, I can craft it.
Santa Maria. Oh, yeah. Uh-oh.
What the fuck, dude?
Strong enough, no.
Oh, dude. Oh, somebody already made use of that mount, by the way. One of the, you know, best players or whatever, you know, like pros. While he was in the arena, he mounted his actual mount, went on the auction, bought a couple Linda bandages, collected it from his mailbox, and used it in the middle of the arena.
Oh.
Like, what the fuck, dude? Meanwhile, he's sheeping people. He just stood there. He straight up just like snared the guy. He just ran away, just mounted, went on the auction, bought Linden, freaking cloth stuff, you know, bandages. He was there, so he went like, okay, let's just sheep this guy. He ran away again, mounted up again, collected it from his mailbox, started applying it. Then he just feared the guy. And he won the battle too. What the fuck, dude? The amount of bullshit that game got going on nowadays.
We like.
Not even lying.
We like to party. Party. We like to party. We like to party. We like to party. 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 Party.
Oh, really? Dude, they're even going beyond it as well. In China, they even sold the Spectral Tiger. You know, that you have. The tigers that you got going on for the Night Elves. The mount. The ground one.
Mm-hmm.
They apparently now made it into a bundle. They made it into, well, a Spectral one. And it can fly. But it's a bundle, so that costs $265.
Holy shit.
I'm sorry. I was thinking about something completely different about a part of my life. Could you repeat everything you said till now before I fucking have a seizure?
You should just watch the video.
No. How much money the bundle?
The bundle is 265 USD.
For what precisely? How
Hey.
many escorts?
A Spectral Tiger that can fly. But hold on. But if you have the original, you got a discount of $82.
Nice. Very nice. So what you're telling me is World of Warcraft is shutting down soon, so they're trying to take as much money as possible.
Dude, it's not
from
even
their players.
flying. It just goes up in the air and just starts running in mid-air. That's it. It's
Wow.
not even flying. What the fuck, dude? It's straight up like you're just walking on the actual ground, but you're mid-air, and it's not even. It's just blue, transparent. That's it. There's nothing else to it.
Nice. Very nice.
Yeah, like remember that blue spectral tiger that you got
Yeah.
that you could have? It's not even
Yeah,
that
yeah.
one.
What is it then?
It's straight like it's like that one has a bit of a stars going on and stuff like that, right? It's not even that. It's straight up just a blue tint, and it's see-through.
Nice.
That's it. And it's running in mid-air, not even flying. It's straight up the motion. When you're standing still in mid-air, it's just doing the motion of you swimming, like in the water, just holding still. It's doing that motion. It's it. If you moving around in the air, you're running. Like you're not even flying. You know? Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Blizzard keeps on surprising people, you know? Like,
Yeah.
oh, you thought this was our worst? Oh, no, it's not even our full power yet. Like, straight up. Fucking hell.
I'm telling you, man. I think World of Warcraft is shutting down, so they're trying to make as much money as they can from it now.
I mean, he's just mocking the people that bought these mounts as well on the US version, the $90 one. You know, he's calling them Dick Eater and stuff. And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, that's what they are, though. I mean, they're asking to be mocked at this point.
Mm-hmm. Give me.
I mean, he is an idiot, though. Standing is sworn by all these mounts. He's like, somebody asked him, like, if Blizzard actually sent him a mount or not. And he was still gonna go to the mailbox. He's surrounded freaking by mailboxes. It's like, oh yeah, mailbox. Like fucking idiot though. But it's still amazing that the one guy just straight up used his mount in the middle of an arena to buy some freaking bandages.
Getting innovative.
Yeah, but how bad is the other guy though? When he can just go on the auction house, just buy some bandages, collect it from his mailbox, and just use it, and still win. Go look at that last video.
All right, once I'm out of the dungeon.
Damn it.
got this really nice 90s music compilation going on
Oh,
on
really?
YouTube. It's pretty good. Yeah, 90s had the best music. 90s, also early 2000, I would say. Well, 80s, 90s, early 2000, best music.
Mm.
I got the bracelet again.
The in-gear blade bracelet.
Yeah, it's only a 10% chance to drop. I got it twice in a row.
My Tyranids are complete. I now have an army of Tyranids. Good boy right there.
Oh my god, the one that I got is even better than the other one.